I would like to call to order this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. This is the regular meeting of September 28, 2021, continued to October 5, 2021. Madam Clerk, would you do the roll, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Ms. Allard. Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. Kennedy. Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Zalatel.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Mayor, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Zalatel, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
My pleasure, Madam Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. And I want to note for the record that Ms. Kennedy is here. Welcome, everyone. We are here to continue the public hearing for 2021-91 and the S version. Before we do that, I just want to go over a few things. First of all, I ask members of the public and everyone here to please help create a climate of respect, keep signs to 8.5 by 11 in size, refrain from personal attacks, direct comments to me or other people on the dais. Please remain quiet while others are speaking, wait your turn at the podium to speak, the personal space of other people. Please refrain from shouting, clapping, pacing, and personal attacks. The noise interferes with the audio and it makes it harder for people to hear what other people are saying. And yesterday there was quite a bit of clapping and it really does slow things down and disrupt the proceedings. And if you could just, clap with your hands in the air, that would be really helpful. We can keep things moving along. Also want to note that the Wilda Marston Theater is open and people are welcome to go there and watch the meeting as well. It's my job as chair to maintain order during the meetings. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. We want to hear from as many people as possible this evening. I remind Assembly members that public testimony, and all members, that public testimony is a time for members of the public to speak. We want to be fair in allocating the same amount of time to each member of the public. I ask that Assembly members keep their questions to members of the public brief and use them to get clarification from the testifier regarding the ordinance in front of us concerning masking. This is not an opportunity for debate or stating positions. That will come later during debate of the ordinance. The clerk can also provide names of testifiers to Assembly members for follow-up. Mr. Turner will have Assembly member business cards available if members of the public want to follow up with Assembly members. The Assembly can't act on an item until the public hearing is closed. No motions can be made to approve or postpone indefinitely until the public hearing is closed. And I believe we have copies of the amendments available. Mr. Turner, are they up front? Yes, okay, so copies of the amendments are up here. Again, thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for participating in your local government. When you come forward to testify, state your name, community council, or area of the community in which you live. Please do stay on topic. The proposed ordinance is not about vaccines or treatment. It's about face masks. It's helpful if testifiers provide comments on the proposed amendments or on specific aspects of the ordinance. If you could go ahead and address in your testimony how the proposed ordinance would affect you and your family, that may help answer member questions in advance. You'll have 3 minutes, and assembly members don't typically answer questions during this period because, again, it's not a time for debate, but oftentimes those questions will come up during the debate portion. This is the public testimony portion. Again, thank you for being here, and we will go ahead and get started. And Ms. Allard is here as well. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, the area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Gabrielle Satterfield, District 4. I want to honor and thank all the assembly members for your service, and praise God for Mayor Bronson. Woo! But most of all, I want to honor and bless the name of the resurrected Lord and King Jesus, so that in all things he will have first place. I submit my testimony to the court of heaven and dedicate this time to Jesus. Our Father in heaven, holy and worthy is your name. Let your kingdom come and your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Currently, our community is being controlled by fear, the fear of death. But there is a cure for the fear of death that sets you free to live courageously. Jesus is the answer. He alone holds the power to heal and the authority over death, and in him there is no fear. In him there is hope, and where he is, there is freedom. All have sinned and fallen short of his glory, and the wages of sin is death. But the free gift of God is eternal life in Christ Jesus through the blood of his covenant shed on the cross, which satisfies all justice and cries out now for mercy. I plead mercy over this assembly and over Anchorage, our city. To the Jesus-loving people, I say, arise and shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord has risen upon you. Wake up, O sleeper, rise from the dead, and Christ will shine on you. Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. As God's chosen people, holy and dearly loved, clothe yourselves with compassion, with kindness, humility, gentleness, and patience. Be strong in the Lord and in his mighty power, for our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, authorities, and powers of this dark world, against the spiritual forces of evil in heavenly realms. Therefore, take up the whole armor of God, that you may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all, stand firm. As for my experience with COVID and masking, I have 2 quick things to say. I and handfuls of friends have successfully used hydroxychloroquine, azithromycin, zinc, vitamin D, ivermectin, and nebulizing small amounts of food-grade hydrogen peroxide with saline as treatment for COVID, all recommended to me by 3 doctors at least, and all of which can be purchased over the counter in many other countries. As for masking, once upon a time, a restaurant server handed me wet silverware after he adjusted his visibly wet mask. That's how this mandate will actually work out in reality. It's disgusting. It does not help. If we all wore them properly, it might help very tiny, but they don't. Nobody in Anchorage does, and none of you either. We're just spreading this nastiness. It was literally wet silverware handed to me. It doesn't work. Thank you for your time, and God bless each of you. I'm praying for you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
Becky Berger, District 6. First of all, I appreciate you offering this speaking opportunity, but after 5 days, what is it really you're wanting to hear? We've sat night after night listening to heartbreaking testimonies, sharing their most vulnerable selves in front of you. And behind that mask, I can't tell if you're smirking, smiling, or frowning. A courageous woman battling cancer, a recovering alcoholic, a 14-year-old boy bullied and brave, a mother parenting an autistic son, a little girl not breathing or learning in a classroom, a soldier, a doctor, an immigrant, all with heart-wrenching stories, having to wear this thing without a voice, without a choice. Whether to force masking or pay people thousands of dollars to take a vaccine, which has actually killed healthy people I knew. If science proved it all safe and effective, why then must we bribe people? You lost the debate right there. Who here has flown to Hawaii, Mexico, or Miami? At some point, you would have trusted this man sitting here with your life, Mayor Bronson, or should I say captain retired as a respected commercial airline pilot. Next to a surgeon, he had the highest level of responsibility to see that hundreds of passengers a day were safe in the sky and on the ground. That he makes sound judgment calls and cares for the well-being of others is an understatement. More importantly, now in his role as mayor, he trusts people to make good and healthy decisions for themselves and people around them. He believes in his citizens, and it's why we voted for him. This type of leadership not only builds trust in our government, but also makes people want to work together for the common good, not by force, pressure, or coercion. People desire to do the right thing given the choice to do so. That is what a real leader does. I am a yoga teacher. I teach without a mask, and I let my students choose to wear one. Yoga is all about the breath. Pranayama is literally translated as breath liberation or freedom to breathe. If any of the people testifying for the mask is any indication, the divisiveness, hostility, and unhinged behavior that will be unleashed in our community if this mandate passes, this city will be on the verge of civil war. My 85-year-old frail mother who has heart failure wanted to browse Diamond Center the stores. She was fumbling around in her purse looking for a mask when a couple walked by and called her a disgusting human being. Behind their huge double-strapped white cones covering half their face, I saw evil, fear, and judgment. And you want more of this. It's turning neighbor against neighbor. Assemblyman Dunbar, you're behind the work at creating more hiking trails. I'm all for that. What is the one thing we say? Take bear spray, but it's a choice to pack it or not. If you're that worried about a tiny particle of virus, stay home. If you're worried about bears or bugs or anything else in the woods, never go hiking again. As Morgan Freeman says, get busy living or get busy dying. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Ms. Berger. Can you address a little bit, you said it's impacted you. Will this mandate impact your business in any way? Businesses?
Absolutely, without a doubt. Yes, we've given people the choice to come in freely into the yoga studio or whether it's our establishment, and they have made the choice to make the call for themselves. They see if it's a little bit busy, they're going to put on a mask. If they're in a corner with their friend in their bubble, they're going to leave off a mask. I love the fact that we are open and we offer choices to people, and people are inherently good in this city. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I do one more question, please?
Sure, go ahead.
So in your business, you offer people the choice. Has there been any type of harassment? I mean, is everybody just open if one person wears a mask and one doesn't? Does your studio and others get along and respect those who don't wear a mask or those who do?
100%. I mainly have seniors in my class, and they all love it, and they say they do not want to take a yoga class in their living room watching a TV alone. They said this is their only saving grace, is to show up at the studio and have that community is so important. And
thank you.
We all work together to wear a mask or not. So
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton has a question for you, ma'am.
Well, thanks. So this is essentially about public health and safety, and I think yoga and the things you do is certainly in that category. So there's a possible amendment that says all athletic activities, et cetera, and so on, including fitness centers, boutique fitness clubs, and other business or entities, including school district, may require masks, but it makes it optional. So would that help you? Mask optional for you?
I don't think we actually even need to have a mandate telling us of what's optional. I think we can make up our own minds on how to protect others.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, sir. Please state your name for the record, area of town in which you live.
Is this on? My name is
Yes,
Bradley
it is.
Ernst. I live in District 6. I'm a retired nurse. I stand in opposition to all mandates, including mask mandates, specifically Ordinance 2021-19. For 15 years, I was a traveling nurse We need those here now, can't get them. I worked in emergency rooms, ICUs, CVICUs, telemetry units throughout the United States. I discovered how much I loved Alaska when I took an industrial nurse job at a salmon cannery in Uganik near Port O'Brien. Alaska had the right spirit for me then. I'm not sure now. Since I grew up in Wyoming, the equality state, as jobs popped up in Alaska, I would prioritize them over jobs in other places, including San Diego, Florida. It didn't matter. If I could come to Kotzebue, I did. And I did go to Kotzebue. I worked in Kotzebue, Cordova, Fairbanks. I finally just moved up here because I figured this is the place. This is my place. I took a flight nurse job. During the next several years, I flew 714 patients from all over remote Alaska and Canada to Seattle, Anchorage, Fairbanks, if appropriate. Of those 714, several dozen were active tuberculosis patients. Now, you want to see a problem. It's a problem that's been around for centuries, and it's a real one. And it's still here. I would wear, during those transports, I would wear a machine called a PAPR to protect myself from that disease on the small aircrafts. So to be clear, I know masks. You want a mask expert? Here I am. There are fashionable masks people make and sell on Etsy. They don't work. Simple masks, known as surgical masks, don't filter viruses. That's not what they're for. N95s filter at 95%. It's right in the name. They can help, but here's the thing. You're not going to wear them correctly. You're not going to wear them correctly. I had a hard time wearing them correctly. If you wear them correctly, you get a bridge of your nose that's excoriated and red, and you hurt. Nobody's going to do that. Everybody's scratching at their eye holes, at their nose holes, at their face holes, at their ear. If you want to actually protect yourself, you also have to cover your eyes, as the physicist yesterday correctly stated. Then you have N99 masks, 99%. We won't go into that. You can't wear them all day long. You fog up. People with glasses can't wear them. Next is paint respirators. Okay, they work. The gentleman on Monday, he's here again, who did asbestos abatement, would have worn those and know them very well. But with COVID, you have to add swim goggles because you can't have things like this where it's just direct. The virus goes where it's going to go. And you never touch your mask or goggles until you get home. And then you've got a $3,000 solution, the PAPR, which I used in the planes. The hospitals don't have enough PAPRs. The hospitals can't buy enough PAPRs because they aren't for sale anywhere. Nobody's working. Nobody's making them. So the last solution is to let people be free, and that's the right one. And I think you all really know it. And to stop the fear-mongering. The people who are at risk of dying from this are the chronic alcoholics who don't comply anyway, the career smokers, the diabetics. Those people are wearing masks. The pandemic's over. We know that now. We can treat it. There is a way to treat it if you care. I've got 6 seconds left. After my daughter was born, I stopped flying. I took a chief nursing officer job. So if you want to know what the inside of a hospital business is like, I can tell you that too, if anybody cares.
Thank you, sir. There are 2 members in the queue for you. Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. You said you're a mask expert.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
You get that way when you have to wear them forever, donning and doffing.
Thank you.
Yes.
So my question would be, would you, if this mandate passes, and we put forth an amendment that the city, maybe the assembly budget, would be responsible for furnishing all N95 masks to each and every individual at all public locations that were required to wear a mask? I'm not saying it's going to help or not, but if we're going to mandate masking, then we should foot the bill. What do you think about that?
Do that plus swim goggles, and then teach people not to claw at their head, including kids who are going to claw at their head 100% of the time. It's just not feasible. You can't make a virus. This is not the first virus we've had. It's a small particle, and it's very clear where the particle goes. The physicist knew it. He said it's on your hair. He's right. It's everywhere. It's all over all of us right now. And the reason all of you aren't sick is that you have some resident immunity. You've had it over the last year. You've been getting resident immunity. Some of you have had COVID and not known it. I've had it twice. I've also been vaccinated. But I don't want to wear a mask. I don't want people to have to lose their freedom over this issue. If you want to fix the issue, spend the amount of PFD we're not getting, which we should be getting, and buy monoclonal antibodies. Buy 300,000 doses of monoclonal antibodies that work. Last week there were 17 doses of monoclonal antibodies in Anchorage proper. My friend was lucky to get one. She's got lupus. She was lucky to get one because she didn't have any other risk factors because she's a citizen. She tries to stay fit. She doesn't smoke. She does yoga. Thank goodness she got one of the 17. What about the people next week? This is such an easy thing that works so well. You can give it outpatient. It's not going to make the hospitals full. The people that need this need it early in the disease. After you get diagnosed, you get the phone call that says you have it, and then you go to the IV center. You get your monoclonal antibodies, and then you go home, and you don't be around people responsibly for the amount of time. We're all welcome to be responsible. We're also welcome to wear masks, and I don't hate people who wear masks. I just realize you don't know what you don't know.
Madam Chair, I realize that there's other people in queue, but I do have a follow-up, and I don't know if you just want to put me back in queue?
No, go ahead, but we do have two others.
Okay, thank you. So you were discussing about how people have to wear the goggles and the mask. What I witnessed, and I want your take on it, is that the individuals that, and I'm not saying they're right or wrong, I don't care about the masking, I'm more about the mandate issue. My concern was that I do recall seeing the doctors kept their mask on, even spoke, and didn't, for the most part, I didn't really see them touching as much. I saw them touching, but not as much. But when we had people come up and testify, they literally took their mask off, put it down, and did all this stuff. They're speaking within a mic like this, and then they would put it back on.
Yeah.
How is that
You've reinfected yourself. You just created particulate matter and aerosolization around your face. It doesn't work at all. So even the people that are in the hospitals, you get an N95 mask, and at the beginning of this, people in the hospitals were stealing N95 masks, selling them on eBay, because suddenly they're worth $5 a piece, all right? So you get people down in Central Supply, and they've got a treasure trove of these new masks that are going to save the world, and then you wear one, and you put it on your car window, and you wear it again, and you've just ruined it. You have to throw it away. You get one. You get to wear it as long as you don't touch your face, and once you've touched your face, it's no good, and you have to take it off and get a new one. And they're expensive, so if the assembly is going to fit the bill of that, go for the monoclonal antibodies and do what works, because I'm giving you something that works.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming and testifying, and thank you for your information about masking, and I'm going to pick your brain a little bit about it as well.
Love that.
You mentioned that an N99 mask, which means it's a little more protective than an N95, which
and
for
more
most of us we would think that's about the best we could do. But you also mentioned that you can still put that on and it will still fog your glasses.
Oh, sure.
So what's happening? Why do your glasses fog when you're wearing a mask?
Because the particulate matter from you is not going out. Now, everybody that thinks a simple mask works, or your fancy Etsy mask, or Zalatel at home with your very, very lovely mask, go cough on a mirror and see if it fogs up. If it does, it's not doing a thing. Little parlor trick, but it's true.
So you're saying that even with an N99, you're still expelling or exhaling?
An N95, you're basically, you're foggy. A little bit's getting in and out of the sides, but if the people have been trained to do it right, you have to crimp that thing over your nose until you're super uncomfortable, and then you can't move your lips when you talk. You certainly can't have facial hair. You can see how long I haven't been worried about COVID by my facial hair. Because it's over, the pandemic's over. I'm not trying to make a jest of this. It's not an issue that we should be focusing on. We should be focusing on treating this thing because it's here to stay, it's endemic. But no, N99s are, I don't even know where I'd find an N99. Hospitals don't care them. They go straight from an N95 to a PAPR. If you have a tuberculosis patient, you get a PAPR, and what a PAPR is a belt that you wear with a fan on it. There's a tube up your back that goes through a HEPA filter, another HEPA filter here, and you're a little stormtrooper with your strange thing on, and all your exhalation goes down your neck. So then when you take it off, which is called doffing, you have to clean it. How do you clean it? You ask a physician. If they know how to clean their PAPR, they won't. You ask a nurse, and they'll tell you, you're going to Lysol it, but it's never going to be clean again. You can't really clean them. So the top of the top, the Dustin Hoffman movie with the guy in the suit with the zipper and he's walking down the hall, you can shower that person down, but that's not a solution that's going to work. That's spaceship stuff.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
I
Ms.
do have
Quinn-Davidson, one moment, please. I believe was that a point of order?
Yeah, I was just wondering if the question was answered. It seemed to be going a little bit beyond the question.
Would you repeat that, Ms. Quinn-Davidson? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
I'm sorry about that. I was just wondering if Ms. Kennedy's question was answered. The person providing information seemed to be providing more than was asked for.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
And I have one other question.
Okay, could you make it more clarifying, Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, one of the things that I've noticed is we have a lot of medical professionals who come in and speak to us about opposing the masks, or the mandate, not masks, but a mandate. Mm-hmm. Can you speak specifically to that in terms of why all the opposition from the medical professionals? Thank you.
Why there are so many medical professionals that don't want a mandate?
Correct.
I mean, these are intelligent people that probably have read about Nazi Germany. They're probably people that are very well aware of freedoms and how they're lost. And they also have to be acutely aware if they are overstepping the boundaries when they are taking a patient's rights away. Physicians have the right. For instance, if you come to the emergency room and you are just drunk as a skunk and you're going to go home and kill yourself, and I suspect that, I can't let you go home. You've just lost a freedom, and it's horrible because maybe you aren't going to kill yourself. But I have to take that chance. And that doesn't weigh easily on providers. To take away a
Madam
right?
Chair, point of order. I just feel like we're going far beyond clarifying questions here. We're asking for additional information. We have a lot of folks we need to get through tonight.
So,
Thank you, Ms.
you.
Quinn Davidson.
I just wanted your professional opinion in regard
Glad
to
you
the
asked.
mandate. So thank you.
Thank you. And I agree, Ms. Quinn Davidson. If members would please limit the questions to clarifying questions so we can get through the line and hear from as many people as possible. There will be time for debate. Mayor Bronson, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, I'm sorry I didn't catch your name at the beginning. My apologies. By the way, thanks for your service there as a nurse. Much of the justification for the mask mandate is this notion that the hospitals are being overrun. You said you were a nurse, you were in nurse management, so you said if anyone wants to know about how the business side of hospitals and how they're run, in that regard, I want to ask you a question. You know, we have 3 large hospitals in this city. They seem to be managed differently, and one seems to be having a particular problem with manpower. That is the manning of ICU beds, and just over the weekend they went from 72 to 66 beds. I'm just wondering what you think. Are ICU beds always full? Are we always at capacity? Is there ever a point where 50 or 60% of the ICU beds are open? Can you explain that business aspect of it to us?
I'd be glad to. So hospitals, at the end of the day, the administration gets together and has what's called a bed control meeting, in which the people that are asking and begging Medicare for more additional days when people have run out of their Medicare days try to figure out, okay, is this person well enough to send home? And if we send them home, are we going to get sued if they die? That's one of the meeting issues. So no, the hospitals are designed to run full because they're a business that makes money, and a hospital that's not full will beg and borrow patients from other hospitals in order to fill those beds. A full hospital is a good money-making hospital. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's not to say that there aren't patients right now that couldn't be bumped if there is a surge of people that, for instance, need to be ventilated. Don't ever let them ventilate you. Not for this.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you,
okay,
Mr. Mayor.
thank you.
And we're going to go ahead and move on. Thank you, sir, for your
Thank you.
testimony. To the next speaker.
Excuse me, point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, and I didn't recognize you, Ms. Eller, because you already were in the queue. What is your
Great.
point of order?
So I'm trying to get your attention so I could at least get his name, because I would like to be able to call him up for expert testimony when we open up for debates. So
You can, as I mentioned in the beginning, you can contact the clerk, and the clerk can provide the names of speakers.
Okay, I will look forward to receiving that information from the clerk.
And the gentleman can also go get your business card from Mr. Turner. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name, area of town in which you live.
Hello, my name is Sahar Foster and I live in District 6. Prior to COVID, we owned a home in District 3 for over 10 years. I've spent the last 18 months attending or watching many of these meetings online. This is my first time testifying before you and it is an intimidating process. It's vulnerable and difficult to be in this room because being part of a messy public process makes me feel like I will be walking away with some sort of grime stuck to me. I've rewritten this testimony several times because there's so much to say, but I've decided to do exactly what you ask and talk about why AO 2021-91 is important to me and how it will impact my life. When I was 3 years old, we were visiting my grandfather for the weekend. My mother received a phone call from a neighbor saying our home was under 24-hour surveillance and we should not return. A visit to my grandfather's home quickly made an evacuation plan to be smuggled out of the country of my birth. A decision had to be made that day to leave everything we had ever known and worked for. Family, friends, prestigious careers, generations of wealth, and all the creature comforts of the culture of home to pursue only one thing, the hope of freedom. I spent several years of my young life as a refugee and was blessed to be sponsored by a community in Wasilla and to call Alaska my home. I did not have the privilege of being born here, but I have had the unbelievable honor of becoming an American. For me, freedom has been bought at too great a price to be sacrificed for anything, even the perception of safety. Thank you to all who have served our great nation. Our previous mandates were harmful and damaged my family in many ways. Our local mandates created so much fear, chaos, and instability in our community in 2020 that we lost several months' worth of income and decided to sell our family home. We are now renting. It also created a hostile environment which left me withdrawn and challenged to be in public. I'm an extrovert through and through. I have never experienced anything like this before or since. Our children have struggled and have been robbed of many opportunities and experiences that once brought them joy. Our youngest lost a year of soccer on his competitive team. This is a game he loves and works hard at. Our state mandates created so much confusion that in May of 2020, my 13-year-old was denied access into Providence Hospital with a broken arm while I had x-rays in my hand and he was clearly in pain. I had traveled to California 10 days prior to help with a family affair, had been quarantining at my home per the mandate. I had no symptoms and had read all the guidelines. The orthopedic surgeon, who was not part of the decision or affiliated with this hospital, later called to apologize, had us return to the hospital and be personally escorted by his nurse in order to be seen. The state mandates also helped perpetuate a backlog in essential functions. A sexual predator who had tormented my family for decades was arrested just prior to COVID, has since been out on bail, and we have been refused a timely trial. Our national mandates on propaganda have separated us from family and made it increasingly difficult for my senior in high school to find a college he would like to attend. Our local and state government could choose to be protecting us from these overreaching mandates, but instead, you are proposing the same kind of ordinances here. In the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., one has a moral responsibility to disobey unjust laws. This AO is just that, unjust. Its language is divisive and discriminatory. May I continue?
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay.
Please come forward, state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Eric Hughes. I live in East Anchorage. I believe it's 21. And I am not a mask expert. But being in construction for most of my life, I had to be fit tested for masks regularly. If you have facial hair, they don't work. If they're not fitted properly, as the gentleman just said, they don't work. Walk through any business in Anchorage where people are wearing masks. They're down below their nose. Half of them are on their chins. They make nice chin protectors, I guess, but they don't work. If you listen to the early testimony of doctors in this country, Fauci included, the first thing they said is masks do not stop the transmission of the virus. The analogy that they used, what I've heard, is that if you stood on one side of a chain link fence and poked a beehive on the other and expected that chain link fence to protect you from the bees, it's the same as the masks. They do not work. There's no reason to push this whole thing. If somebody wants to wear one and they feel more comfortable wearing one, that's fine. But to force us all into wearing masks is ridiculous. And again, the transmission of the disease is much better controlled by spatial awareness. Stand away from people. Don't walk right up on top of somebody. Pay attention to what's going on around you. And early on, there was some issue that was brought up about homosexuality, and I wanted to make a comment on that with no disrespect to anybody and not pointing out anybody in particular, but something that has to be said.
And sir, I need to ask you, though, to keep your comments on the mask ordinance.
It is on the mask ordinance. It comes down to it. if this body feels that it's normal or natural or acceptable in any way for two men to pound
Sir,
each other like they
sir,
do,
you're
no,
off
no, no,
topic.
listen.
No, you need, sir, your testimony is over. Your testimony is over. Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you. Oh, it's not on there. The yellow button?
Oh, the yellow button. I'm Dr. Michael Hannafin. I've testified before you several times in regards to the masks. I live in South Anchorage, District 6. I've been an Anchorage resident for over 30 years and run a business successfully in this town for over 17. You guys want to hear about the impacts of the mask. Several times during last year when we had mask mandates, there was a direct impact on my business where, for one instance, my receptionist ran next door to the UPS store to drop mail off in the store for all of 30 seconds. And as the popular term is, a Karen decided to come over from next door, unrelated to the business, and step into my practice and berate her at my front desk for not wearing a mask. It's unacceptable to pit people against each other. It's unnecessary, and that's all this ordinance is doing. There are a minimum of 12 studies that have proven, both pre-pandemic and during the pandemic, that masks don't work. I've said this before, I've showed you the science. You didn't want to listen to me, I was right. But that's another story. So we look at Austria. They instituted a mask mandate in April of 2020. Cases went down, looked great, but it was the spring and the summer came. And then by August, cases were back up again. Why? Because like I've stated before, coronaviruses run rampant in the wintertime and in the fall. So you're gonna see an increase. Do you guys also, I don't know if you're aware that the PCR test failed final review with the FDA and is now recalled? It's in place until December 31st, 2020. So you're basing your decisions off of a test that has been recalled. Why? That doesn't make any sense to me. None of this stuff is helping. Natural immunity, monoclonal antibodies, vitamin D, ivermectin, quercetin. I can give you the care plan that Dr. Zelenko posted for free on his website. He's treated 6,000 patients with COVID, one hospitalization, and they came home. There is a direct impact for our neighborhoods and our businesses, and you're going to create more problems than you solve by instituting a law or an ordinance, which I told you before was absolutely absurd in the first place. Don't make this a law. It's not going to help. It's only going to hurt this city further. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Dr. Hannafin? Sir, Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. And folks, if you could please hold your applause, okay?
Thank you, Dr. Hannafin, for your testimony. You said that the FDA said the PCR test has been recalled.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think you can furnish me that information,
Yes,
whether
ma'am.
in person? And then you also said there's something about the care plan from Dr. Zelenko?
Dr. Zelenko, yes,
Okay.
he's a Jewish doctor out of New York.
Thank you. And then just one quick question. Did you know that the COVID cases have gone down 31%?
I did. I ran out of time. I was going to mention that.
Mm-hmm.
And again, you're using a test that doesn't work. It never has. It's not a definitive diagnosis. If you're symptomatic, you're symptomatic. Fine, get care, get treatment. Please, go seek care for that. Masks, you guys have proven it, and very many other people have proven this over and over again. What did you say, 9%? So 91% of particulates are going out. I have additional facts. I have all 12 of the studies that show that masks don't work and never have.
And in your professional opinion, you're stating that in the fall that the cases naturally rise. That's normal within all viruses like this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Across the globe.
Wait, sorry about that. I'm figuring this out here.
Okay. Thank you very
We had
much.
a point of, sorry, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
I'll rescind that, Madam Chair. It looks like they're wrapping up. Just again, the questions seem to be sort of outside of the scope of clarifying questions, or the answers. I'm sorry, pardon me.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Kennedy has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Doctor, for being here. You mentioned kind of what Ms. Allard was talking about was just in terms of the PCR tests. And can you speak a little bit more to specifically what has been found faulty in them? And I'd appreciate seeing the results of the information that you took that
from. So the PCR test was, by the inventor, was never designed to diagnose a disease. Tell you have it, tell you that you're contagious, tell you that you can spread it. We cycled this thing at 40, which is magnification. The WHO came out in the beginning of 2021, said the cycle should be down at 30. The inventor of the test said anything above 17 cycles will produce a false positive. I did the math on Anchorage. The testing itself, if you drop the cycling down to 30, 86% of our tests locally are false positives. 86%.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Please come forward. Ma'am, state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. And again, folks, please hold the applause. Oh, it's not on. Could you press the button there? Thank you.
Mayor Bronson, Madam Chair, the Assembly. My name is Lynette Watson, and I live in the Abbott Loop area. I'm here in protest against the mask mandate. For over 18 months, we have been locked down with closures of bars, restaurants, churches, and small businesses. When is enough enough? I have lived here for over 64 years, and I am so ashamed of living here in Anchorage. I have seen how this city and the people have changed. I get lectured about not getting the booster shot and not wearing a mask whenever I go out. I want freedom, and I have the right to choose what's best for my life. Thank you, Mayor Bronsman, for standing up your ground against these mandates. This is why I and others voted for you. I will not comply with the mandatory mask mandate. In closing, I heard on the national news the other day that Anchorage is ranked 15th for the most violent city in the per capita in the United States. I think that pulling the police away from their important duties to issue citations for unmasked people is not a wise thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Joni Baker, Rabbit Creek, District 6. The last mask mandate, I worked full-time from home while having to homeschool my son, manage his toddler sisters while also being pregnant. It was stressful. We cried. We were robbed of connection with others. Every day felt like failure. Motherhood is hard enough. You want to discuss the people that aren't at these meetings each night? It's mothers like me who are exhausted, doing the best we can for our children. The moms so tired they cannot bring themselves to be here for hours and days to tell you how much we hated the previous mandates and how we are opposed to this latest ordinance. When ASD finally brought children back to school, we made the decision to send our son to Bear Valley despite the mask requirement. My son hates wearing a mask. Why? Because he can't breathe. And when he can't breathe, he starts to panic. And when he panics, he breathes harder and faster and begins to feel frantic. Knowing his reaction, along with having mild asthma, mask wearing was not a healthy option for him. I called the pediatrician's office and spoke to a nurse who agreed my son needed a note, but would later inform me that they would not be issuing any exemption notes for children with asthma per their policy. I worked with a school nurse to get an accommodation for my son to wear a face shield in lieu of a mask. My son's biggest fear, besides not breathing, was getting in trouble for pulling his mask down to breathe. Is this what we are really teaching our children? My son then came home and told me he no longer wanted to wear his shield. I asked why, and he tells me that when he wears it, he's removed from his classroom and made to sit in an empty classroom by himself until he puts his other mask back on. He was 6. He was separated from his classmates and teachers and placed into an empty room, missing any instruction or activities that took place. That sounds like abuse, not accommodation. He was stripped of his participation in class for the greater good. So while I should have gone ballistic on the school, knowing how deeply my son was yearning for connection, I bought boxes of masks and spent hours cutting both protective liners out so my son could breathe while getting an education that I'm forced to pay for but cannot trust. You know what my son never had? COVID. He cannot spread something he does not have. It does not matter how many exemptions are in the newest mandate because they are not honored. You've given overzealous authority to mask-wielding psychopaths to chase people down in public places in order to harass, bully, and discriminate them, all in the name of doing the right thing. If you want to stay home, stay home. If you want to wear a mask, wear a mask. Our assembly members are perfect examples of this. Members who aren't here because they've chosen to stay home. How nice, they get a choice. However, they have no right to force their faith in masks on me or my family and make us wear something on our body against our will. If you want to protect the vulnerable, then maybe you should mandate them to stay home. For the record, my 4 children will never attend an ASD school again. You are indoctrinating hate and discrimination and masking it as education.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Okay, members of the public, please stop applauding. Please stop clapping. This is very disruptive. Okay? Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. I just wanted to do some very clarifying questions because it struck me. So you're telling me that not only did the doctor violate what I would say violated your child's right to not wear a mask because he renders a disability because he has asthma, so they refused to protect your child.
Correct.
And then 2, that the school district refused to protect your child too, all because of a masking.
Correct. And he's also been in speech since he was 2. I don't have time to get into that topic.
We will, though. Just please give me your information. I think Alexis is running around. Please, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, ma'am. Please come forward, state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Marcy Tompkins. I live in District 6, and I am against Mask Ordinance AO 2021. In a PubMed article from August 2020 called Furum Cleavage Site is Key to SARS-CoV-2 Pathogenesis, it states, wearing a mask decreases our oxygen in our lungs. This virus uses furin cleavage site to merge with our lung tissue to infect us. It works better with decreased oxygen. You become 13 times more likely to get upper respiratory infection. We're supposed to learn from history and not repeat the bad outcomes we know of. An NIH report states bacterial pneumonia caused most deaths in the 1918 influenza pandemic. Couple that with mandatory mask wearing in the US during it, and the correlation reveals self-induced pneumonia from poor exhalation. An interesting part of the logic I've heard about masking really overrides common sense. I'm supposed to wear a mask to protect you. It's supposed to prevent the spread of a virus if I sneeze or cough. So it prevents the germs from leaving my mask. But if I sneeze without a mask, for some reason your mask won't protect you from incoming aerosols. Masks only work one direction. Common sense and critical thinking are out the window. Many of you feel that I have to give up my rights to protect your rights. That's like saying you're cold and you're expecting me to set myself on fire to keep you warm. That's not going to happen. Am I the only one that has seen the videos of the political elite chatting and laughing away, and then when they're told the cameras are about to come on, they pull out their masks from purses and pockets and put them on? You are being played. Again, this is about control, not health. You are perpetuating this farce with this ordinance. This is also about control through fear. We want to see and hear both sides of the story in regards to current COVID numbers. In hushed tones, the local news has stated our current death rates include backlog numbers, but in a loud voice, they tout the total number, very deceitful. We are told the hospital beds are full, but they don't tell us how many are empty because of a lack of staffing to legally put people in them. Very deceitful. They say hospitals are overrun and don't mention that in the fall numbers of flu patients always ramp up. Selective information. We know that, again, the current COVID tests are being used to implement this craziness of an ordinance. If this is truly about health, let us follow India's example of where they dropped 99% of COVID cases in 3 weeks, and all they did was invest $3 home kits per person. It included Tylenol, vitamin C, multivitamin, zinc, D3 ivermectin, and oxycycline. I urge you, let us adult on our own. If this is really about health, shut down the fast food locations. Close the grocery aisles where the cookies are. Make everyone get out and walk for 30 minutes a day. This is about control, not health. You do not have right to override my intentional health choices.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir. Please come forward. State your name for the record in the area of town in which you live.
My name is Jeremy Tompkins. I live in South Anchorage. I don't have a whole lot to say outside of I am not for this ordinance, and I will not be masking myself or my family, and we will make our health choices based on the things that we think are right. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you, sir.
Hi, Mr. Tompkins. How are you?
Good.
What line of work are you in, please?
I'm in sales.
So the reason I'm asking you that question, because you said you're not basically, what did you say again? That you were?
That I'll make my own health decisions, and I will not be masking myself or my family.
Do you believe that the mandate would impact your business? You can, if you want to say what you do for a living and how it could impact it.
I'm in real estate, so real estate, residential. I think it would affect my business negatively, and I don't want to see that. I'm the sole provider for my family, and as a small business owner, I think the mandate would affect it.
And you can make those decisions on your own as a small business owner, or do you need the government to mandate for you?
I can make those decisions myself.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Tompkins.
you for your testimony. Welcome, sir. Please come forward. State your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
Hi, my name is Brandon Welsh, and I own a business in Anchorage. I live in the Matsu Borough. First off, I would like to remind you all of who you are and the position that you are in. You are supposed to be representing the people of Anchorage and the people within your district, so I would really like you to hear all of the people that are here going against what you're trying to say. I would like you to ask yourself, when I signed up for this position, did I really care about interest of the community, or was it a power move that I wanted? Now, I will tell you a little bit about me. I'm a father of 3 children, a husband of a beautiful wife, and a son and a brother. I owe it to my family to stand up here and fight alongside of them opposing this potential law. I am also a general contractor. Construction workers usually have long days of strenuous activities. We already sweat and burn ourselves out enough, and now you want us to wear a mask during these tasks, depriving me of oxygen? And the people that are around me, the other contractors, you want me to require them to wear masks while they're sweating and burning it up all day long? And if I don't wear a mask, you're going to take my money from me? You're going to fine me as a business owner? I'm sorry, if you think you're the ones who's going to take food off of my family's plates, you're mistaken. Must I remind you that we've already been doing this? During the last mask mandate, we already experienced what is yet to come. I already walked through the stores of Anchorage and was judged for not wearing a mask. I already was harassed for not complying the first time. I already experienced feeling like a leper because I stood up for what I believed in. I already was threatened physically in public multiple times for not wearing a mask. I already experienced my mother going blind, even though a doctor told her she could not wear a mask because your mandates forced her to comply at work. I already experienced my family members becoming distant and divided. We already experienced the growing numbers of suicide in Anchorage in our youth due to COVID. And that impacts me because I was a former youth pastor and I worked with Native youth for 2 years at South Central Foundation. We already experienced children with sensory issues not being able to go to daycare or to school because they could not wear a mask, so they were asked to be removed, or they had to be removed by their parents, leaving their parents financially in a bad position. We already have been down this road. You have urged us to wear a mask for this long, and I am urging you to not let this happen again. I did not comply the first time, and I'm so happy to see that the community will not comply this time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Ms. Allard?
Yes.
Thank you. You said you worked with Native youth. Are you Native?
I am Native, yes.
Thank you. My question is, how has this directly impacted your immediate family?
Well, as I said before, my mother was told by a doctor she cannot wear a mask because she had an eye disease, and she got a new job and the mask requirement was there, and they said you can't come in here and work that way, so she had to wear a mask, and within weeks her driver's license was taken away, and she was declared blind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, ma'am. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Welsh. I'm a resident of the Matsu Borough, but that's my husband, and our small business and church and family are in Anchorage. I'm the founder of a group called Open Alaska that has been petitioning our government against COVID mandates since April 2020. From the first moment I heard an elected official tell someone their job wasn't essential, I knew we had a problem and I had to do something about it. Because of my activism, I've lost friends, family members, and been called many names ranging from Nazi to the leader of a death cult, all implying that freedom is selfish and most hurtfully that I lack compassion for my community and my neighbors. When in reality, quite the opposite is true. It is compassion for those marginalized and oppressed by COVID mandates that moves me to action. Thankfully, we do not live in a democracy where the majority can exercise mob rule over those who do not agree with them. We live in a republic where the minority is protected from discrimination. So in terms of which side of this debate is the majority, I say it is irrelevant. The important thing is, where's the balance? Where's the analysis of risk versus benefit? Where's the humanity? Is it really so hard to admit and accept that there are people who are harmed by masks? Some view wearing a mask as a moral obligation to their neighbors, but what if wearing a mask harms me? What if it harms my children? Do you care for us? Does your compassion extend to us? Assigning morality to a medical decision is despicable. It labels those who disagree with you as wrong, as if they are cruel, selfish people who don't care about others. I submit to you that we do care about others. We care about our neighbors that this ordinance ignores. We care about the deaf community who rely on facial cues and reading lips. We care about our children on the spectrum who cannot tolerate the sensory experience of wearing a mask. We care about those with asthma and those who want to exercise and play to their full ability. We care about our sisters who have been abused and raped and who carry that pain and fear of trauma when they're forced to wear a mask. We care about our teenagers who are suffering depression and suicidal attempts. Where's the humanity for these people? We need faces. We need smiles. A mask is not a seatbelt. Seatbelts don't hurt people, but masks can. And your refusal to accept the fact that medical devices like masks have risks and therefore require informed consent is what is causing the chaos and division in this room. And labeling those who see the risks of masking as greater than the benefits for their own bodies and their own children, when you label those people as ignorant, anti-vax conspiracy theorists who don't care about COVID or their community, that's causing division and chaos in this room. Abraham Lincoln said, "No man is good enough to govern another man without another's consent." And to this, we do not consent. We're not dumb, we are free, and we reserve the right to ignore your tyrannical laws, and we will not comply. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have members in the queue with questions, and the noise level is so high that it's disrupting our proceedings. So I'm asking again that members of the audience please be respectful and hold your applause. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real briefly, you had mentioned that you had a lot of people criticizing you or bullying you. Can you just tell me what your response typically is when that happens? Thank you.
I try not to read it.
Thank you.
That's typically my response.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. And just for full disclosure, Ms. Welsh is one of my aides. How many hundreds of, because you've said you've been receiving messages, but let's go the other way. How many hundreds of text messages, Facebook messages, and emails are there more than or less than of people asking you, how can we stop this mandate and how can we help?
Oh, it's overwhelming. I can't quantify it.
So you can't
Thousands.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mayor Bronson has a question for you. Ma'am, Mayor Bronson?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Walsh, just something that's kind of struck me here, and maybe I should be asking this more of the medical experts that come up, but could you name the assembly members who are more qualified than you to make personal health care decisions for you? I just want a listing of who you think they are.
That would be none of them, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that question was out of order. Please refrain from those sorts of questions. It's not a clarifying question. Thank you. Welcome, sir. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
I'm Nate Paulson, and I live in District 6. Listen to the chair's tone when she addresses the crowd and speakers she doesn't like. Some members of the Assembly don't care what we, the people of the municipality of Anchorage, say. I do respect some of the members sitting in the seats in front of us. The rest either lack a spine or believe that they are above the people of Anchorage. Some don't even think their job is important enough to show up in person. I think masks are annoying, but I don't care about them beyond that. If a local business asks that I wear one, either I do, and then I go somewhere else in the future, or I turn around and walk away. What I care about is mandates generally and about the will of the people. The people of Anchorage elected the man who ran on ending the original mandate, and not because their opinions had changed or because the old strain of this novel virus had declined in the heat like annual respiratory infections tend to do, but despite the soon-to-be mayor, despite the people, the Assembly reversed the original mandate. Assembly, I see through this ordinance, and I think Anchorage voters will see through this ordinance. It is a contrived and childish stab at getting your way and a setup for smearing the mayor when he does not enforce it. We, the people, elected the end the mandate guy for a reason. The majority have spoken. To the Assembly members from Districts 4 and 5 who introduced this ordinance, the will of the people is against you. Anchorage, we're all in this together. Now go report your neighbor. Maybe they don't pass this mandate, and maybe if it passes, it won't be enforced. But if it comes to it, we should be peaceful, we should be polite, but we should be boldly defiant. Mass civil disobedience works. However, mass civil disobedience is made up of individual civil disobediences from the people and from businesses. If we need to, be peaceful, be polite, but do not listen to the nannies in the state. Do not back down. This virus will be with us for 100 years, just as the flu has been. U.S. health officials estimate that 675,000 Americans have died in the Spanish influenza epidemic of 1918 and 19, with a population of 92 million people. According to a running tally kept by Johns Hopkins University Center for System Sciences and Engineering, the total number of U.S. deaths from COVID-19 stood at 703,000 as of 6:21 p.m. yesterday, with a population of 332 million. 0.7% versus 0.2% of the population dead. This virus will be with us for 100 years, only it isn't as bad. Wash your hands and stay home if you're sick. Don't change your life. I don't believe more than a mind or two will be changed. As I said previously, some members of the Assembly don't care what we the people say. Some lack a spine, some believe they are above us. But I guess we'll see. The Zolotel recall election is to be held on October 26th.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
Thanks so much. I'm Evan Anderson, and I live in Peters Creek, Eagle River. My first memories of masks are associated with trauma as a kid. Growing up, probably the first time I ever remember seeing masks was September 11th, 2001 on the TV screen. At 10 years old, I remember, they canceled our classes, but they didn't tell us anything in class. And it wasn't until I got home that I got to see on the TV screen what was going on in New York City, just 2 hours from where I grew up. I remember seeing people covered in ash, just trying to make sense, trying to get home from work. I remember not knowing if my aunt had made it to work or if she was gonna get home. I share that because I think for a lot of us, masks are an unfamiliar, strange, foreign thing. They represent something that we think that we're better than. But because my other examples of masks are all similar. It's when my brother, a few years later, previously enlisted in the army, shipped off to the Persian Gulf and ultimately to Iraq to serve our country. When he got back, he came back with images of himself in a respirator with dust flying around him in the desert. Another time I remember masks was maybe the H1, the SARS epidemic in Asia on the TV screen, and it wasn't until 2019 here in Anchorage that I put on a mask myself because we were surrounded with wildfires. 2 million acres of this state were burning, and we were forced to do what we could to try to breathe fresh air with those masks on. I share these stories because these experiences are traumatic events. For many of us, processing trauma, especially childhood trauma, is something we never really space or time to do on our own. And I believe what we're seeing with much of the in-person testimony and really in the position of the mayor's administration is a collective trauma response, fueled by the unique Alaskan exceptionalism that exists nowhere else. I never believed that a virus of the scale of COVID-19 could happen here. I never believed that years of my adult life could pass by with myself and people around me wearing masks, getting sick, and continuing to die in record numbers of a coronavirus. I certainly never would have believed that I would sit here and plead with city officials to pass one of the most low-cost, zero-effort, common-sense measures to limit the spread of COVID-19 and keep our communities and our healthcare workers safe. I understand now that my previous beliefs were fictions, that left to our own devices, the majority of people are selfish and are hostile to their community health, and that they will refuse to wear a strip of cloth over their mouth and nose. And that's why this incredibly powerful tool, masks, are only effective when everyone wears them. Thank you, members of the Assembly.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying tonight. I appreciate it. And we're not always going to agree, but if you need anything, let me know. But my question to you is, we're very divided. Very divided. You could see through the testimony emails. What is going to be our compromise? How can we please both sides?
First, we need to stop COVID. We need to do everything we can in our power as the legislative body of the Assembly and as the mayor's administration to stop this virus. And if that means a mask mandate, we can try.
Thank you. Can I do a follow-up question, please, Madam Chair?
You are warned.
Can I do a follow-up question,
Go
please,
ahead, Ms.
Madam Chair? So this is hard because you're in my district, and I respect you so much for coming out here. It's difficult. I believe that it's not in my power to do that. That's yours. So I'm going to ask again, is there any other thing, you might have to think about it, to come up with how we could work better without it being the government to dictate it?
Yeah, unfortunately, I've heard a number of testifiers come up here and say masks are ineffective because not everyone wears them, and masks are ineffective because we don't have the right kind of masks. Masks are ineffective because you only need to wear them when you're sick. But I myself have had asymptomatic COVID twice now. I just got over it the second time just last week. So that's actually why I'm here today. I would have been here for all the nights of the testimony if I could have, but I was trying to keep everybody in this chamber safe by staying home. So as soon as I found out I had COVID, I stayed home. And I think that's what everyone needs to do. But unfortunately, there's that period of time where you might have gotten it, you don't know that you have it, and that's where masks are really effective for everyone to wear.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, ma'am. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
My name is Ellie Holly. I live
And
out
would
in
you
Shubenacadie.
turn or pull the microphone closer, please?
My name is Ellie Holly. I live out in Chugiak. Thank you all for hearing me. I'm here to speak for my husband and other vulnerable people of Alaska. My husband is an immunosuppressed person who was unable to form antibodies with his vaccine and his booster. I have been so dismayed that since we stopped masking here in Alaska, my husband has been homebound, except to seek medical care where folks are masked. The most wonderful thing about Alaskans is that we care for and look out for each other. There aren't 5 people in this room that would not stop and help my husband if they saw an old man with a cane trying to change a flat tire by the side of the highway. What has happened? Why have we changed? Why can't we wear a mask at Three Bears to protect the diabetic cashier, the pregnant stock clerk, and my husband? Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
By now, you've been told hours of facts, studies, statistics, quotes, and sources to show how willfully blind you've been to vote yes, or how willfully blind you'll be if you vote yes on this mandate. But you progressives don't care about the actual science around wearing masks. If you did, you'd all be wearing N95 masks, not cloth masks, and you would be changing them out every time you touch them. In fact, the very person who introduced this mandate stating masks work can't even show up in her own mask. Those of you still wearing cloth masks, all of which have constantly touched them, are showing your insincerity and ineffectiveness of this mask mandate. Since you're politicians and a very clear agenda, I don't want to waste my time re-explaining all the exceptional information that has been already testified. I'm going to focus on those that you're supposed to represent. This mandate is unenforceable. Businesses do not want customers to become their enemy. They do not want unnecessary conflict or burdens, especially after what they've gone through this past year and a half. Many are still struggling to survive, cutting hours, services, or both, and begging for new employees willing to show up to work. If businesses force us to wear a mask, then we'll politely take our business elsewhere. That's the "I will not consent" quote you've been told time and time again if you haven't figured it out by now. This mandate will put undue consequences on these businesses during the holiday season when they need us most. And every single one of you vote on this will bear that responsibility. I have noticed very few business owners and restaurant owners coming forward testifying either for or against this ordinance. That should be very telling to each of you. They know that some of their customers are for it and some of it are against it. This means that they do not want to ostracize any of their customers, but that is exactly what will happen if you vote yes, and they will be stuck in the middle. Have you noticed businesses in Anchorage already enforcing mandatory masks to enter? I have. Did they need a mask mandate to enforce those rules? Does any business in the community need a mandate to make a decision on what's best for their business? Have you noticed people freely choosing to wear masks? That's freedom, and that is choice. And I support their right to make those decisions. But have you really noticed how many businesses have weighed the options? Since God knows how loud you left are with their virtue signaling, have chosen not to enforce their customers to wear masks. If you weren't following your political agenda and you wanted to actually tackle a public health crisis, you'd focus on helping the mental health crisis that we're currently in, not making it worse. Not a single assembly member up here is a medical doctor. A particular assembly member is up for recall. Another assembly member lost the mayoral race for a reason. We're watching closely how you vote, and not just on this ordinance, but the next two as well. You may as well get used to us. Weddleton, you're clueless on your comments, by the way, sir. We who have been testifying night after night against this ordinance are the majority. If you haven't noticed, we're not silent, and we're not the majority, and we are not the silent majority anymore, excuse me. We will continue to do what is best for our businesses, families, and especially our children. Every person knows this pathetic attempt to undermine our elected mayor and the people who voted him in.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. You had mentioned businesses. Are you a business owner, or what can I...
My wife owns a small business for children's PE in Eagle River.
Oh, you're from Eagle River?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Madam Chair, can I do a follow-up, please?
Go ahead.
How has the mandate, or how have the masking and prior mandates, and how will this mandate, do you believe, will affect your business, your wife's business?
It's already affected it. So my wife had to cancel her class because the parents do not want to put their children in PE where they may have to be masked, and we support that, and we don't agree with that either.
So your livelihood's at jeopardy?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, sir, you didn't say your name for the record. Can you just tell us who you are?
Michael Clinging Smith with a C.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
Excuse me, point of order, Madam Chair. I apologize for interrupting this young lady. I just wanted to
Go ahead.
actually I'm trying to figure out if I want to do that or a point of information. Let's do a point of information. Could you please explain to individuals in the chambers that if they don't feel comfortable saying what district they're part of or what their name is, they are allowed to do that?
Thank you, Ms. Allard, for that question. I am going to ask Mr. Gates if he will respond.
We have in our municipal code language, it says the chair may ask where the speaker is from and what area they live in. And so it's, we can't force the speaker to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Madam Chair, just a
Mr. Constant, point of information?
Just another wrinkle to that. If you want your name associated with your comments in the record, then you need to tell us. That's the thing. So just if you want to be recorded as having said what you mean, and most of you, I think, passionately mean it, you put your name to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Welcome.
My name is Chloe Springer, and I live in South Anchorage, and our representatives are LaFrance and Whittleton. Today I'm going to be telling you about why I'm against the mask mandates. 4 ways forced masking is immoral. 1, it's reckless. By making mask-wearing recommendations and policies for the general public, or by expressly condoning the practice, governments have both ignored the scientific evidence and done the opposite of following the precautionary principle. Number 2, it's manipulative. Dr. Andreas Voss, member of the World Health Organization expert team and head of the microbiology at a Dutch hospital in Nijmegen, told I Am Expect that masks were made mandatory, not because of scientific evidence, but because of political pressure and public opinion. Number 3, fear-mongering. In fact, there is no study to even suggest that it makes any sense for healthy individuals to wear masks in public, writes Drs. Katrina Ress-Fad and Dr. Sucharit Bhakti. One might suspect that the only political reason for enforcing the measure is to foster fear in the population. Number 4, totalitarian. If you looked at the history of totalitarian regimens, they all do the same thing, which is they try to crush culture and crush any evidence of self-expression, explains Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in an interview regarding face masks. And what is the ultimate vector for self-expression? It's your facial expressions. Yet, we've all been told to put on the burqa and be obedient. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mrs. Allard is in the queue for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Did you say your name was Elise?
Chloe.
Louise?
Chloe.
Chloe. Well, I wasn't even close. All right. Chloe, I just have a couple of tiny little questions. They'll be very quick, Ms. LaFrance. Could you tell me how old you are again?
I'm 13.
You're 13. Are you a freshman or 8th grader?
I'm an 8th grader.
Are you in public school?
I'm homeschooled.
And were you ever in public school?
Yeah, through kindergarten and 2nd grade.
Are you not willing to go back because of the masking? Or how is the mask mandate, if it goes into effect, how is that going to affect you?
I have never been comfortable in a mask. I've been lightheaded and I cannot breathe properly and I've been very uncomfortable. And so it definitely would affect me.
Thank you, Chloe.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please come forward. State your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
My name is Shauna Springer. I live in South Anchorage. I'm going to start by reading out of Ecclesiastes 3. A time for everything. There is a time for everything, a season for every activity under the heavens. A time to be born and a time to die. A time to plant and a time to uproot. A time to kill and a time to heal. A time to tear down and a time to build. A time to weep and a time to laugh. A time to mourn and a time to dance. A time to scatter stones and a time to gather them. A time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing. A time to search and a time to give up. A time to keep and a time to throw away. A time to tear and a time to mend. A time to be silent and a time to speak. A time to love and a time to hate. And a time for war and a time for peace. It's very apparent that we're in a war right now. We're in a war for our freedoms. We're in a war for our country. We may not have planes flying overhead and bombs landing and our men taking arms and women, but we're in a war that like we've never seen before through information and disinformation. I would like to share reasons why I oppose the mask ordinance. 20 medical reasons face masks are dangerous and don't work. Cavities. New York dentists are reporting that half of their patients are suffering decaying teeth, receding gum lines, and serious sour breath from wearing masks. We're seeing inflammation in people's gums that have been healthier forever, and cavities in people who have never had them before, by Dr. Ramandani. Facial deformities. Masking children triggers mouth breathing, which have been shown to cause long, narrow faces, narrow mouths, high palatal vaults, dental malocclusions, gummy smiles, and many other unattractive facial features. Acne vulgaris. Moisture and germs collecting in the mask cause facial skin lesions, irritant dermatitis, or worsening acne, which stresses the immune system, can lead to permanent scarring and has been linked to depression and suicidal thoughts. Increased risk of COVID-19. Masks used by the general public could be associated with a theatrical elevated risk of COVID-19 through self-contamination, states Public Health Ontario, and wearing masks in public and COVID-19. By wearing a mask, the exhaled viruses will not be able to escape and will concentrate in the nasal passages, entering the olfactory nerves and travel into the brain.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Ms. Allard?
Thanks. I have two questions, Mom, Shauna. One, if I can get a copy of your list. And two, are you worried for your children's future?
Absolutely. But I'm thankful for the opportunity where they get to express themselves and learn how to defend their rights.
Thank you for doing that.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please come forward. State your name for the record and area of town in which you live. Thank you.
Thank you. Dustin Sherman. I live in District 6, represented by Mr. Weddleton and Ms. LaFrance. Thank you guys for enduring the, 5 days now, I think. Last count that I checked as far as in-person testimony and phone call testimony, we were over 130 against and like 34. So I oppose AO 2021-91, and I'm going to tell you a little bit of a story as to why. Many of you that have followed me on Facebook have witnessed my journey going down to get my eyes fixed down in California. Initially had surgery up here, it didn't go so well, so I had to make a trip down to California. While down there, trying to repair the problems up here, I'm going to give you a name, and I'd prefer if you guys would give him a call, and he will verify this, but the name is Manoj Motwani. He's my eye surgeon down in San Diego. He is a very well-known surgeon, and he does a lot of work for ball players, things like that. When I went down there this last time, he said that my eyes looked a lot different than he's ever seen somebody heal before, and he contributes that to wearing masks. In fact, so much so that when I walked in there, he told me to take mine off. I mean that. Please call him and ask him. So basically what happened is I developed what's called corneal hazing. And corneal hazing is because I didn't have enough oxygen going to my eyes. That's what happens in the process of healing from either LASIK or PRK surgery. So I have to go back down in November, and he wants me to not wear a mask until I go. So this mandate would kind of change that, I think. So I'm adamantly opposed to that. My vision's is worth a lot more than what your opinion is, honestly. I'm going to ask the military members in here that are sitting here, and I know we have at least 3 of them. If you were to go into a war zone and you knew that there was anthrax, would you go in there wearing that? Willingly? No, you'd want something professional, right? That's what I would hope anyway. There's a lot of things that can be said about wearing masks, and yeah, I understand that the idea behind it is to help protect each other, but what it does, it gives everybody a false sense of security. I'm going to give you another example of a customer of mine that comes in every once in a while, and the absurdity of what she wears, I'm not going to mention any names or anything, but the absurdity of what she wears is crazy. She comes in, she wears a face shield, a mask behind it, and a fan around her neck. What good is that doing anybody? It's sure not doing her any good. She's keeping oxygen from going into her face while she's blowing it out and shooting it around the entire room. So you tell me what common sense that makes. It doesn't make any. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Sherman, there are 2 members in the queue for you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Sherman, you obviously would have a doctor's excuse as an exemption from wearing masks. Do you trust that the exemption that is listed in this ordinance would actually provide you that exemption were you to go into any business or store in this community? Would that be enough to protect you and allow you to be exempt from wearing that mask, and you wouldn't potentially suffer any kind of discrimination or harassment?
I tell you here's how I would feel about that. If the assembly or the mayor's office, whoever's in charge of that, were to put a fine on anybody that discriminates against someone with an exemption, I would feel more comfortable. Because I know right now there's a lot of places in town, whether you have an exemption or not, they will not honor it, 100%.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. One more question for you, Mr. Sherman. Ms. Allard? Hold on, sir.
I just recognized who that was. So thank you for your testimony. My question would be, you kind of blasted the individual that has a fan and has a couple of masks. When she's at work, do any of your subordinates or her coworkers say or harass her in any way?
No, we don't. We do not. We let her do her thing. It's just, and usually, but the funny thing is usually by the time she's done, she's not wearing any of it. So it's uncomfortable for her. You can tell, but she is so concerned with it. But almost every time she comes in, she starts off with it and then she puts it away. Nobody ever says anything to her, though. And that's the same thing it is with everybody in my business. We don't discriminate against anybody.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record and the area, town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes.
I also need you to wear masks, and I also need So, Dustin Darden. These two things right here are the case numbers. If you have students who've been told to wear a mask or get an injection, this is the case number right here, 21250405. I have peacefully arrested the entirety of the Anchorage School Board, along with Dina Bishop, Superintendent, and Tom Roth, along with Katie Grant. Over here we have, I've also arrested the Assembly. I call this Assembly Plus 2127474. If you've been coerced to get an injection, this is your number here. What you can do with these numbers is write them down. If say your child was told to wear a mask before they went to school, take it to the Anchorage Police Department. I have arrested these people. So I'm looking for discoveries. I also want to reach out to other cities who may be tuning into this. One thing you can do is be like me and do private person arrests. You file them with the Anchorage Police Department, and they are being investigated at this time. Furthermore, I will not consent. I will not comply. I'm not going to back down. I'm not going to shut down. I'm not going to slow down. I'm not going to shut up. The Bible says, Jesus Christ said to Peter, the gates of hell will not prevail. And I'm going to fight like hell until Jesus Christ comes back or I go home. I don't fear my life unto death. And I'm looking for a few good men and women who are willing to fight, because this global tyranny, this little slap in the face with the mask mandate that's being proposed, is just the beginning of the global reset. The Great Reset. I'd enjoy a question.
Your testimony has been recorded. Would you go ahead and please remove your signs? Okay. Security, would you please remove the signs from the podium?
Madam Chair, I'm in queue for a question.
Actually, you're not in the queue, Ms. Allard. Is your queue not working? You're in the queue now. Go ahead,
Thank
Ms.
you,
Allard.
I appreciate it. You're here almost every assembly meeting. You've been coming for years. How is this particular ordinance going to impact your life directly? If this passes, if this mandate passes. You work for the municipality, isn't that correct?
I'm a maintenance worker for the municipality of Anchorage. I've lived in Anchorage my entire life, and there's something deep down in my bones, like a fire, that is anguished. And if this ordinance is passed, our freedoms are done. Just like this, the reason this piece of glass is, the same reason this piece of plexiglass is in front of me, this is like a guillotine in front of the Christian's house. It's a symbol, it's an outward symbology of where the satanic global elite want to take us. And if this mask ordinance, yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony.
God bless you and your family.
You
God
too.
bless America.
Thank you, Dustin.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
My name is Kathy Rumsey, and I live in District 6. Everyone before me has shared many of my reasons I oppose the mandate, especially including how we, the majority, already spoke with our vote by electing Mayor Bronson, who campaigned on not having a mask mandate. So instead, I will share how the mandates affected me in the past year and how they will in the future. As a teacher, I experienced students shaming and bullying others. I look out now to a packed classroom of students hiding behind their masks. Students had an entire year online, and their social and emotional skills this year are showing it. Before March 2020, I struggled with hearing loss, but I was able to see who was talking, and it wasn't muffled behind a mask. Now the students are shy, lack skills, and are completely muffled. As for my family, I have walked out of stores that felt they needed to give me the medical advice and shopped at stores that trusted me making my health decisions for myself. I was removed from my position as a fitness instructor because I wasn't willing to teach while wearing a mask. As for the proposed mandates, it doesn't matter. Can I have my students get up and do jumping jacks every 15 minutes or so and then masks are optional? Ultimately, this past year, I've had to put my beliefs and my family lifestyle aside for others' fears. My family practices true health care. My health does not come from a cloth. I will not follow your mandate. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
My name is David. I live in District 5. I'd like to start by thanking all of the assembly members for your guys' job that you're doing. I know you have to make difficult decisions, and I'd like to acknowledge that we do realize the pandemic has exponentially made that more difficult, and I appreciate you making the decisions that are difficult. I would like to share my opinions about the ordinance. I oppose the ordinance. The reason why is this is a very divisive ordinance. I think if Anchorage wants to come through this successfully, we have to be unified. We have to get through this together. And this ordinance really, the pandemic has been politicized, and this really only caters to those on one side. And as far as some of the claims of this ordinance that follow CDC recommendations or the science, I'm a bit confused on the science there, because I haven't seen any science that says if you do pass this ordinance that there'd be 100%, there'd be a guarantee that cases would go down. I don't see that science there. That we had Bill Falsey and one of our other assembly members, go through kind of a scripted speech and some questions, and he said it was very complex. There's many factors to it. If we don't pass this ordinance, cases could go down. There's many other things. It's much more complicated than just a mask. And if this is about health, I don't see why aren't there exclusions for those that are vaccinated, those that have natural immunity, that those are young and healthy. It seems, it doesn't seem to cover all the people that don't actually have a health concern for this virus. I think that Anchorage is divided with two very different realities of those that are vulnerable and are very much affected or have lost loved ones and do have a serious concern for this virus, and I think we need to help and protect those. But there's also, like I said earlier, those that are vaccinated, those that have natural immunity, or those that are young and healthy that don't have a health concern. And I don't think that this mandate, this ordinance, does that. I think we can do other things that would help those that are vulnerable without bringing everyone else down. I think hurting our economy, hurting small businesses, forcing masks on everyone, I think there's alternate means. Private businesses have done it before with special hours to accommodate those. We had a grandmother who testified, I believe, last week about she was scared to go into a grocery store with her grandkids. But there are other ways that we could help those that's not forcing a mask on everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you.
I do. So you're against the mandate?
I am. I oppose it.
So what if we put in, because I want your opinion as a community member, because you oppose it, what if we put in something that there's ramifications if the city would have to take on the bill if people did get, as one community member said, cavities, gums, acne? What if we took the responsibility if any of those things arise for that person, that we would take fiscal responsibility to fix that?
No, I still oppose it. I don't think you can put a monetary value on someone's health.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Russell Biggs. I'm the resident of District 4. I'm the vice chair of the Tudor Area Council. I'm a practicing board-certified physician of 20 years, 5 of which were in direct care of critically ill cardiac patients. In addition, I'm the Foundation for Anesthesia Education and Research Resident Scholar, and I was awarded the National Student Research Forum Gail Woods Award for my 2 years' work in infectious disease control in the Harris County Jail, in addition to being awarded the UT Houston School Murphy Award for outstanding civic involvement. I employ approximately 12 advanced care practitioners, and I'm here to speak solely for myself about the mandate and not the science of masks. For the last year and a half, I and many other Anchorage residents have watched in amazement while the initially sensible public health mandates enacted by this body were used for blatant political leverage for the diversion of millions of dollars of federal CARES Act money. I have seen with my own eyes members of this body preach about the paramount importance of compelled public safety measures while simultaneously ignoring these same emergency mandates within these chambers and then jettisoning them completely when an impending mayoral loss apparently changed the urgency of keeping Anchorage safe. As an anesthesiologist, I have worked through much of this pandemic daily performing intubations, which are one of the highest risk medical procedures for COVID spread, wearing an N95 mask to protect myself. I was fully vaccinated in January, and I went back to living my life as normally as possible. I believe that was possible because of the vaccine. That's important because tonight, at least 2, possibly 5 members of this body, all of which have theoretically been totally vaccinated, and also have access to the same $3 N95 masks that kept me safe for 9 months, are missing from these chambers, specifically signaling to the public that despite being fully vaccinated and wearing the highest quality masks, it's not enough for them to be protected from the public. For these members, there must be more, and it must be compelled by the government via this resolution. It is duplicitous and cynical and signals that the best protective measures available will either be never enough or that our elected leaders are craven opportunists who are politicizing a public health emergency for political advantage. Compelled public health measures must be treated with the absolute highest level of caution and the highest level of evidence and the highest scrutiny for unintended consequences. Abuse of these measures is why the public doesn't trust this body. It's why people are angry. If this truly wants to be something the Assembly wants to affect with the public health, they could call back at least some of the federal relief funds provided to these now readily available N95 masks, give them to schools, give them to individuals at most risk or unable to be vaccinated. Instead of doling out $1.2 million to highly partisan local political organizations or $500,000 in earnest money to the failed Alaska Club purchase.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. So you kind of almost answered my question at the end. Are you suggesting that the Assembly should have spent the money on N95s? And do you have, perhaps, because you're in it, you know how much they cost, an estimate about how much that would be if we were that concerned about masking?
N95 masks are now readily available on Amazon for about $30, the last time I looked. So that's a simple, again, in my opinion, very non-controversial thing that kept me safe. It was very difficult to get them at the beginning of the pandemic. Are we spending money wisely? Are we spending money on failed recall, Supreme Court cases, all these other things that the money's going to when we could have used it wisely? I think so.
Can I do a follow-up just really quick? So, and I know your line of work, and I don't want to put you in a sticky wicket, so I'm going to try to be careful how I phrase this. In your professional opinion, if we are properly trained on how to wear an N95 mask, and each person is given it, if they touch it, move it, however the rules are, maybe you can hit on that a little bit. Do these surgical masks, bandanas, cloth masks, do those actually work? Or we need to try to, and then the N95 masks, how much do they work?
Jamie, we're cordial, right? I have to be really careful about what I say. All right. So, and the reason for that is multiple reasons. But again,
Can you tell me why?
I'll tell you
That's
why.
why I'm asking you this question that you can't answer.
The CDC, at the beginning of the pandemic, released several different comments about wearing masks. And the fact of it was, as the pandemic hit in February, And we watched, as a medical community, while the Chinese government built a 1,000-bed negative pressure hospital, dressed everybody up in complete hazmat suits. At the same time that was happening, the CDC was saying, this virus is not airborne. Somebody with my credentials that sees that has to ask the question, how is that jiving with reality, right? And at the same level, the CDC, also during the summer protests, stated that it was basically okay to travel to protest, right? And they also said, basically, and well, not basically, they did say, if you're COVID positive, it's still okay if you go vote. So the CDC has released multiple different varying scientific reports, some of which the casual observer or the very interested observer would look at and say, that is not jiving with what I know about medical science. N95 masks, in my opinion, offer a very high level of protection for people. Vaccinations, if you choose to be vaccinated, offer an even better opportunity for avoiding infection or serious disease. So the question, whether you ask about whether people can use N95 masks appropriately, it's difficult. It's a very difficult science. And when you look at this resolution, and again, I'm saying this as someone, because of my involvement with this assembly, I can guarantee you there are a dozen people right now on social media that are looking for anything that I say about this to hang me in the Anchorage press.
Sir, if you could please wrap up.
Yeah, so
Ms.
what I'm
Elledge,
gonna
is
say-
there anything else?
The equal
specifically?
opportunity job still is not available for you.
Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
I'm Hazel Watchering. I'm 14 years old, and I live in Eagle River. I think masks should not be mandated because businesses should have the right to choose whether they require masks or not. If you don't want to go out because places don't require masks, then don't go out. If it's really that important, you wouldn't care if people have masks or not. Masks are a political statement. For example, I see people completely alone in their car wearing a mask. That is useless. I have been going to several places in Eagle River, and not once have I gotten told to put a mask on. I'd like to keep it that way. It is not the government's job to treat us like children, like my mom treats me, telling me exactly what I can and can't do. Just because the government tells me what to wear and do something doesn't mean it's right. They could tell me to wear a clown wig and a funny hat on Saturdays. Now, there's no use to that. That has no benefit. I have a friend that has to wear a mask during volleyball. That is very stupid. Your body wants to get rid of all that spit and bacteria for a reason, and just to breathe it all back in is just bad for your health. Now, I'm not saying that you can't wear a mask. I'm just saying that you should have the freedom to choose what you think and do, especially when it's your health. Just because you make a mandate doesn't mean that people will follow it. Stealing is a law. People still steal. As a kid, my parents taught me that we should have individual liberty. We as a nation stand out because we value individual liberty. It is not the government's job to tell us what to do. It is to protect the rights of the people. Having a mask mandate would affect me because I don't want to live in a nation where the government tells me what to do. It's not their job.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
My name is Kaylee Watchering, and I also live in Eagle River, and that was my daughter. So my testimony is going to be a little random because I didn't have time to put it together completely coherently, but we've had days, hours and hours, and dozens of experts come and testify in front of you guys. Experts on pros and cons, and some of them might be doctors, but a lot of them are just people. And it surprised me that more people didn't testify as to their personal feelings, and a lot of people testify to science, which can at this point be warped to any particular thing that you want it to be. So these are my thoughts. There's no science in here. Pick your battles. Is this a battle that you really want to fight? Is this a battle that you want our police to fight? Is this a battle that you want our storekeepers and small businesses to fight? This is the battle, this is the ground you're choosing to stand, is whether people wear masks. What's the return on that investment? When's it going to end? Is there some sort of a light at the end of the tunnel here as far as when we're going to be able to take off the masks? And in 2 weeks or 4 weeks or 6 weeks or a year, is COVID really going to go away? Do people really think that? It's an illness. It's like a lot of other illnesses. I think we're going to be, I'm not a doctor, but it seems like we're going to be dealing with this just like we're dealing with a lot of other things for the rest of our lives. I don't have to tell you that masks are uncomfortable, and they get dirty, and they're disgusting, and yes, if you wore them correctly in a medical setting, then yeah, they might work, but for the most part, that's not how people wear them. My family is respectful. I'm respectful at my workplace, and I wear a mask. That's what's expected of me, and I like my job. If somebody asked me to wear a mask when I showed up at their house, or if somebody asked me to wear a mask going into their business, I would do that because I would respect their request. But there's a difference between being mandated, someone telling me that I don't have a choice, that this is their way or the highway, and somebody respectfully requesting that I help them out. I think that's it. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Ms. Allard, go ahead, please.
Hey, Kaylee, have you served in the armed forces?
No.
Do you serve with individuals who do have?
Absolutely every day.
I know. Can you tell me a little bit of what you're hearing? Because you said this isn't about science for you. What are those, because we have a lot of older veterans too. Can you kind of give me a little bit of insight on how and what they're coming back and saying to you, or do you guys just kind of don't discuss it? What is it?
We discuss it, but I'm not sure that I really am, again, the expert on what veterans think. But my friends, in general, there's some people that are very concerned, and they might have health issues, and they wear masks, but they hang out just as easily with people that don't. And they're mostly drinking beer and having a good time, so they're not going to wear a mask anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Annabelle Springer. I'm 11 years old, and I live on South Anchorage. I am against the mask mandate, and I believe that the mask is like wearing a dirty diaper on your face, and that the mask is covering the true you. It is like putting on makeup, and it covers up your face. But when you take it off, you're you again. I feel like that some stores are forcing it on me too much. And in Maui, I got sunburnt really bad on my face. And in stores, they would force the mask, and I would wear it. But it hurt my face because of the sunburns and the mask. There's this thing I listen to. It's called Adventures in Odyssey. Adventures in Odyssey is a Christian radio sort of thing, and there's a season in it that's called Novacom. Novacom's a business that sells TVs, and those TVs can turn radio waves into brainwaves, and those brainwaves control your body. It will make you buy something you don't need. But that's how I feel. That's how I feel with the mask. We wear the mask and we buy it. Then we get the COVID vaccine and then we die. Our country is a free country, and if you force the mask mandate, then our country is not a free country or a free state. Alaska will feel like it's not a free state, but a slave state. And I want to encourage you to vote against the mask mandate. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you. You want to come on back?
Annabelle, how old are you again?
11.
So I'm listening to a lot of kids come out, and I just want to make sure, I'm just going to ask you a question. Did you write this on your own? Did you have these feelings on your own, or did anybody push you to come forward, or is this?
It was just me.
It's just you? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Kennedy has a question for you.
Thank you. Annabelle, I have a question for you as well.
Would you come back, please? Mrs.
Thank
Kennedy
you,
has a
Madam
question.
Annabelle, I bet you have a bunch of friends, and I bet you have a lot of conversations about the mask mandate and kind of what's going on with COVID and stuff like that. So can you tell me a little bit about what those conversations are like? What do you guys talk about?
It's mostly about the vaccine and how it's hurting people. Because one of my friends got the vaccine, and one day she had a hard time breathing.
So it was more about vaccines rather than the actual mask, but okay. Well, thank you so much for coming and talking to us. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome. Please come forward. State your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
Good evening, Anchorage Assembly. My name is Sarah Price, and I'm a senior at Eagle River High School. I have chosen to speak out against this mandate in my own personal scope because though you state this mandate would be temporary and is for the greater good of the community, I have heard those exact same words before, and it led to lies, suffering, and death. I have been speaking out for students in our district for over a year to spread awareness about the effects of ASD's school closure. I testified over 16 times to the school board, you, the assembly, and even our state legislature. Along the way, I found how truly corrupt our school district is because they chose to abandon students in despondent conditions in the interest of their personal political affairs. And these actions did not go without harmful effects, including increased absenteeism, failure, depression, suicidal thoughts, eating disorders, abuse, and inevitably the deterioration of our city's educational system, all of which I have seen firsthand. While it is not your responsibility to educate us, it is your responsibility to protect us, and you have failed. In fact, these actions were illegal, and you allowed them to happen in our city. However, to give you the benefit of the doubt, because it has been a difficult situation over these last 2 years, tonight I will focus only on the current situation. I do not have to speculate when I tell you how masks can deeply harm a community. They are currently hindering what is supposed to be our safest environments, our schools. School is now a place of low morale, limited social interactions, and often unprovoked hostilities. In the past, schools were a place of community and support, but now many staff would rather tell students to pull up their masks than ask why there is a distraught face hidden underneath. In the state with the highest adolescent suicide rate, it is despicable and dangerous to force children to cover their faces. This is how we communicate on an emotional and social level. It is also important to note that the age group of 0 to 19 make up 27.5% of our population. We are only 23.6% of the COVID cases, 2.1% of the hospitalizations in Anchorage, and 0% of the COVID deaths. Unfortunately, this number is nowhere close to zero for the children who have committed suicide in your communities. In our community. While I know politics will prevent you from interfering with the current state of our school district, you have the discretion over our city. I ask that you take a step back from the pressures of your position and think how this mask mandate will truly affect our community, because the effects will be felt by my generation later down the road. Unlike the school board, I truly pray that most of you have not made up your minds and decided your vote, that you are listening and you will find the courage to do what is best and allow your one vote to define the future of Anchorage.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, I'm respectfully asking all of you in the audience to please refrain from clapping. Please hold your applause so we can get through the questions and the testimony. Ms. Allard.
Thank you for testifying tonight, Ms. Price. 2 questions. The one was a simple yes or no at the end, but have you seen a difference in your friends since this assembly body, ASD, and prior administrations have enforced mandates?
There has not been a single student that I have known that has not had depression or suicidal thoughts. And in my own community, there have been several suicides. And I could honestly go on about the effects for days: eating disorders, abuse at home, failure grades. They didn't get into college because of what this district has done to us. So, I mean, that's the short summary, but it's not pretty.
Do you believe the mandates work?
I do not believe the mandates work. However, I will say masks work for their intended purpose. And what I mean by masks is I mean medically qualified masks. So that's really only the N95. And so if you are wearing a mask that is cloth or has a design on it, CDC has even stated they have no proof that those work. And I have looked at several data in our own city when they've put on the mask mandates, taken them off, and I've looked across our country when they put on mask mandates, when they take them off, different countries that have had no mask mandates, and I would say that they really don't have an effect. And if I could speak to schools, because that's where I'm passionate about, in the schools right now, most kids are not wearing a medical mask. Large majority of students are choosing to pull them under their nose. It's creating a really hostile environment, and so I don't believe the masks are doing anything whatsoever. There's so many students that have got vaccinated, that's their choice, and there's a lot of students, including myself, who have had COVID. We cannot catch this Delta variant again once we've had it, and we cannot spread it. So for me to wear a mask in school, it makes zero scientific sense, and along with that, it does affect my personal health, it does affect my academics, and it affects a lot of other students.
Thank
Thank you, Ms. Price.
Mrs. Kennedy has a question for you.
Thank you, Ms. Price. One of the things I want to say is I hope when you turn 18, you will seriously consider a career in public service. But thank you so much for coming out here. And my question really is more directed at kind of the school environment. And I don't know if you can really speak to this or not, but we've heard other students talking about how much of a teacher's time is just inordinately spent on trying to make sure that students wear their masks correctly. Do you know if, I mean, is that something that, you know, kids are just so frustrated with, or there's just a way of maybe getting themselves in trouble on purpose? Or, you know, I guess I'm just trying to get a sense of really what's going on with the educational system as a whole when this seems to be just taking up so much of our time and effort. Rather than education. Thanks.
Yeah, so for myself, I don't like wearing a mask, but I will follow the rules for the time being. And it's unfortunate because I mean no disrespect to my teachers or my principal, who I love dearly, but it does get to a point where it's affecting my health and it's affecting my education. And for the freshmen and the sophomores who have never stepped foot in the school, essentially, it's really hard for them to develop relationships with their teachers, and the mask mandates are turning students on students, they're turning teachers on students, and I don't think that's a healthy learning environment, and it goes along with many of the other statistics, facts, emotional burdens that I've described previously in testimonies.
A brief follow-up, please.
Thank you. You touched on it a bit in terms of teachers. Do you have a sense that teachers are really being compelled to make sure that every student keeps their mask on their face appropriately every time? I mean, that's got to be hard for a teacher, actually, to try to enforce.
And yes, 100% I do agree with that. A statement that I've heard from a lot of teachers is, I know we don't like them, but mask up so we can stay in school. And according to the Alaska Constitution, Article 7, we have the right to a public education. And there have been many laws violated with the superintendent making deals with teacher unions to keep our schools closed. I have a lot of that information as well because I've talked with her. Then she's lied in school board meetings.
Else, Ms. Kennedy?
But to answer your question, unfortunately, I believe a lot of teachers are being forced to do this, and they don't enjoy it just as much as we don't.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome. That's going to be a really hard, tough act to follow because I'm pretty sure I'm going to be voting for that young lady for governor someday. Very, very nice work, young lady. My name is Lyndon Grothy, and I am in District 6 in Rabbit Creek, and my representatives are Weddleton and LaFrance. I didn't vote for either of you, so this is not my fault. So I'm here to voice my opposition to the Mask and Snitch Ordinance, AO 2021-91.
One moment, please, ma'am. I need to pause your testimony. Mr.
Yes.
Vice Chair?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk, or Madam Chair. I just want to point out that there's a woman with her hair in a bun, a black jacket, that she is actually disrupting this meeting, and she's been warned.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Mr. Weddleton, you interrupted my 3 minutes of democracy.
Madam
so I don't
Chair, I have
that.
a point of order. Madam Chair, I have a point of order.
One moment, please. I've actually paused your time So you will not lose time. You have what is your question, Ms. Allard?
As much as I appreciate Mr. Constant continuously pointing out people in the chambers, I believe that could be considered intimidation by calling people out publicly.
Yeah.
And I would kindly, I would kindly request that if you find somebody that is bothering you in some sort of way, maybe you can have your aide, or we pause for a recess, you can approach the person privately.
Actually, we're going to go ahead and take a break now.
I have my 4 kids here. Well, if I can't do that, I will leave everyone, and we will not comply.
I do want to make a note in regards to the point raised by Ms. Allard that Assembly leadership has worked collaboratively with the administration to come up with ways to have respectful and orderly meetings. And the reason for identifying individuals who cause disruptions is so that the entire group will not be penalized. Because as I mentioned in the beginning, when there's an individual who is causing a disruption like shouting, that person will be warned, and if the behavior continues, if the actual disruption occurs again, then that person will be asked to leave the meeting. So again, I respectfully request that folks please remain respectful and hold your applause, and we'll go ahead and continue with the public hearing. And I'll restart your time, ma'am. Go ahead.
Excuse me, point
Hit
of
the
order.
yellow button.
Oh. One moment. Ms. Allard, your point of order?
Yes, I have a question. It looked like you guys were in the back, I don't know, scheming, and I just want to make sure that we're not violating the Open Meetings Act when you, yourself, the clerk, and some other members of the assembly are back there discussing things. Can we have legal answer that question?
I believe you're referring to when Mr. Constant and I were speaking with Mr. Gates and the clerk out in the entryway. And as you know, 3 members, up to 3 members, are permitted under the Open Meetings Act to speak. So if there's another instance in which you're referring to, Ms. Allard, you're welcome. Mr. Gates, I see that your microphone is on. Were you preparing to speak?
No, I agree with what Chair LaFrance just said. That sounds correct to me. I'm not aware of any Open Meetings Act violations.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. We'll go ahead and proceed with public hearing. I'm sorry, ma'am, you've got 4 kids with you?
I do. I have 4 children here with me.
Thank you for your patience.
I apologize, but I have a point of order in regards to, I'll wait for you to acknowledge me.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. So you had brought up about a disruption, and nobody else was disrupted. And it appears that Mr. Constant scans the room to intimidate those who kind of come and testify, and it interferes with public testimony. So
Ms.
my
Allard,
question
please.
is, can you please define
Point of order.
disruption?
Go ahead, Mr. Constant. What is your point of order?
The member from Eagle River just attempted to put motive to my words, and those words are inappropriate.
You also
Agree.
put motive to individuals who might
Ms.
say
Allard,
a word.
please.
Okay, point of order.
No, I recognized you. I recognize your point of order. And I am clarifying, as I did in the beginning.
But you didn't. You allowed that individual who represents downtown to interrupt
Ms.
me.
Allard, please. He raised also a point of order because
how
you were
you treat your assembly people.
It is not the practice of this body to speak to motive. We refrain from that.
Then how can an assembly member speak to motive of what any of these individuals are doing?
He is not speaking to motive. He is assisting me, as I have been advised to do, with identifying individuals who shout, who create an actual disturbance.
What did that individual actually do?
That
Mr.
individual
Constant,
shouted.
What did she shout?
I do not know what. That doesn't matter. It's
Actually,
shouting.
it does. Can you
No.
tell
Ms.
me
Allard,
what she shouted, Mr. Constant?
Okay, we're going to stop this.
Yeah, I think we should probably have a recess and go ahead and check with legal.
If you would like.
Let's proceed.
Okay, Ms. Allard.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm waiting. Stop
Okay,
it.
we're going to take a 5-minute break.
That girl back there is disruptive. Right there. Kick her out. Kick her out.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and continue. I want to note that We are going to continue the practice of identifying individuals who are causing disruptions. However, we will be using security to assist. So ma'am, welcome. Thank you again for your patience. I'll go ahead and start the time when you're ready.
Actually, Madam Chair, I asked for legal, and I'd like to ask the Muni attorney to put it on record.
Mr. Burke?
Through the chair, Patrick Burke, is the question what?
I could pose the question, if
Please.
that's okay, Madam Chair. Could you please explain a little bit more on what perhaps disruptive behavior would be?
Through the chair, Patrick Burke, for the record. A quick search that speech is an actual disruption if it disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the conduct of the council or assembly. So I think that it has to be an actual impediment to the business of the assembly.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Mr. Constant has a question for you.
Thank you. In the process of recognizing and protecting people's due process, is it in fact fair to give people a warning before having them removed for an actual disturbance?
Through the chair, Patrick Burke, for the record. Yeah, I mean, I think the case law certainly supports the idea that you would identify and warn somebody who is causing an actual disruption or disturbance by impeding the business of the assembly before removing them.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Okay, again, ma'am, thank you for your patience. I'll go ahead and start the timer.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I don't mind the disturbance. I'm happy that the Assembly is holding themselves to a high standard of Robert's rules here. And I would also like to mention, just because Ms. Allard mentioned it, that when you are in a position of power, you have to be very careful about not intimidating people. And when I sent an email to the Assembly, I was definitely intimidated by Mr. Constant's response to me. And so maybe he didn't intend for it to be intimidating, but he Googled me, and then he...
Ma'am, could you speak to the ordinance before us,
So
please?
I just want to point that out. Okay. So my name is Lyndon Grothe. I live in District 6. Weddleton and France are my representatives. I'm here to voice my opposition to the mask and snitch ordinance, AO 2021-91. I want to let you know I've been here every night since last Tuesday, and I've dragged my 4 children with me. They had to miss church youth group, but I believe it takes everyone to stand up to tyranny and government overreach, and I want them to know when it was my turn to stand up for liberty that I answered the call without complaint. Right now, my son is missing another night of church youth group, and he really enjoys going. It's something that he can go to where they don't have masks, where he can still be a kid. So he's consented to missing 2 nights of that to be here. He will also testify. From what I've seen, the opposition to this ordinance is overwhelming. This makes me happy. I'm glad to live in a community with so many smart, educated, liberty-oriented individuals. I'm very happy to be part of this community, and I really appreciate everyone coming out to stand up. I'm not here to beg for my rights or to inform you of the science behind masks. I've done my own research, and I reserve the right to make decisions, whether they are good or bad for myself and my family. I will also gladly accept the consequences of my decisions. I'm here to tell you that I do not consent, and I will not comply with your illegal ordinances. I do not care how many free donuts or lottery tickets you offer me. I will not wear a mask. I've heard people say they will not comply, and so I just want you to ask yourself when you're considering voting for this, how do you expect to enforce this? How do you plan to coerce and manipulate people who can't or refuse to wear a mask? Will there be camps? As I mentioned, I'm a mother of 4 boys, ages 11, 8, 5, and 3 years old. Prior to COVID, the boys attended Winterberry, and although it's not a perfect school, we enjoyed the community and teachers there. We had a very special teacher that my son really bonded with, and he was very sad when we had to leave. My oldest son had the same teacher since he was in 1st grade and was looking forward to completing 8th grade with him. I made the very difficult decision to homeschool my children with Raven Homeschool. As a single working mother, I can't rely on Winterberry anymore, and things just kept changing. My oldest son has ADD and a condition called urticaria, so he can't wear a mask, and so it wasn't even an option for us. And it looks like my time's about up, so Thank you for allowing me to give my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Constant has a question for you.
Not a question.
Yes, sir.
Not a question. I apologize. I came across as you described, and I didn't Google you. I work in a similar field to you, and your business name, your name is actually in the world that I work in, and so it only came across that way.
I put those up there, sir.
It only came across that way. So I just wanted to let you know that wasn't the intent.
Okay,
I'm
and
sorry
I'm just
for the
saying,
feeling of that.
especially as a man, when you're speaking to women, that you have to kind of consider, and so I appreciate your apology, and I hope we can move on from here.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Can you, thanks, pull the microphone down.
My name is Heathcliff Grothy, and I live in District 6. And as my mom mentioned, I have urticaria, so whenever I wear a mask, my face starts to swell up, my tongue starts to swell up. So even when I do take off the mask, it makes it hard to breathe. My little brother, my little baby brother, we all went to this music camp called Music Together. And he didn't get to do that because he also could not wear a mask. I really, really liked my teacher when I was in Winterberry. And my class was also really nice. But now they're making us sit on sterilized hay bales when we eat lunch. And we will also be not allowed to play with each other. Instead, we'll be reading books and just talking. That is not fun. I prefer physical activities. Thank you. My mom is having a lot of trouble having a business job because if she has to wear a mask all day, then her face all starts to swell up. My brother Elwood, he did not entirely like his class a ton, but he did like it better than having to wear a mask. So, my other little brother, Oscar, he used to go to a Spanish immersion school called Music Together. Somos Amigos. And he had a lot of really, really nice friends there. But then we had to start to wear a mask. And I am against AO 2021-91. I think that the mask mandate does not help anyone in any way, possibly. I am also in a martial arts class called Kung Fu, and I've tried doing the splits at home and different stretches at home, and it is much easier when I am not wearing a mask. Afterward, for about 30 minutes, I am not able to breathe easily because masks are not small enough to stop COVID, but they are big enough to stop breath. I don't have anything more to say, but I would like to answer some questions if you guys have any.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Elwood. I live in District 6. Just like my brother Heathcliff, I go to Kung Fu. Every time I wear a mask, it feels like I'm breathing. It feels like I'm trying to breathe when my face is stuck in a pillow. And I don't like the feeling that I'm breathing plastic and that like trying to do the splits and learn Kung Fu while having a mask on is kind of like trying to learn how to have a pet tiger. And that's basically it.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Nace. I'm from District 3, and I'm disappointed that I'm not fully represented here tonight. I appreciate Mr. Presverdia for being here for the rest of the meetings, but again, he's gone, so we're not fully represented here. I'm here in opposition to this ordinance. I find it quite hypocritical that the members who submitted this ordinance have not been present facing their constituents and the rest of the public. Ms. Zalatul made it clear that she is not willing to be in a room full of unmasked people. While I disagree with her absence, I understand our municipal code allows for meetings to be conducted telephonically. I find it ironic that she would exercise her freedom of choice while submitting an ordinance that attempts to restrict our freedom to choose our life in a way that is in our best interests. My children are neither swimmers nor wrestlers, so why should they be discriminated against and be forced to have their breath restricted while participating in their sports or not at all? With winter right around the corner, they will need these indoor activities to promote their growth and development, and I will not hamper that by forcing them to wear a mask. Another concern I have is, if this passes, it'll set a dangerous precedent. We were asked to stay on topic and only talk about masks and not vaccines, but I feel that, say, come December when this is supposed to expire, or maybe even you move the goalpost from 50 cases per 100,000 to, say, 15. In this ordinance, it's littered with the word vaccine, vaccinated, and I think that if this passes, it'll set a dangerous precedent to a vaccine mandate. And if another ordinance like that submitted, and we got to go through this all again, you're going to have a lot more unhappy people. I'm not here to ask or grovel and beg that the assembly vote no. Much as an employer would expect that an employee follow their wishes and instructions on the job, I expect this assembly vote this down. Freedom, liberty, and the right to choose what is best for our families should never be restricted. Ms. Kennedy, Ms. Allard, and Mayor Bronson, I thank you for your willingness to stand in the gap and do your best to preserve our liberty and our American way of life. I do not consent and I will not comply.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
All right, folks. Sorry. My apologies. It's my first day this week. My name is John Cunningham. I'm from Muldoon. You know, I had something in my brain to talk about, something prepared mentally, but I want to go back a little bit. Do you remember when people referred to us as AstroTurf? Do you guys remember that? Who was that? I can't remember. It doesn't matter. I think what's really strange is that despite the fact that we were the vocal minority, according to some, somehow
Sir,
we managed to pull off
please
a win. Ma'am?
Please speak to the ordinance before us.
This is relevant.
Okay, go ahead.
I have 3 minutes. Anyway, so despite the interruption, I'm talking to them right now. So you probably remember a lot of that from last year, really strange. But despite the win that we got in the last mayoral election, which was nice, thank you all for showing up to vote, I think that we got two groups of people in here, predominantly. One group of people wants to take away your money if you don't do what they say. That's really what this boils down to. There's more to it than that. I get it. It's more nuanced than that, and so on and so forth. And then there's another group of people that would never, ever call for something like that. I don't think anyone on the no mask side, obviously I'm on the no mask side here, is going to try to get people who wear masks to be fined for doing so, despite what a lot of doctors and healthcare workers say about some of the dangers of wearing those things. Not as severe. So, yeah, I get it. You know, I don't know why you're doing what you're doing. I don't know why you're pushing for what you're pushing for. There's clearly a public mandate, you know, against it. And for some reason, you are ideologically driven to continue to defy the will of the people of the city of Anchorage. It's super weird. And that's why I speak like this. Because quite frankly, that's how we're taking this. This is not serious anymore. It's a joke. It's a Mickey Mouse show. I mean, I get that your Tetris score is probably really important right now, but... Do people remember Tetris? That was a sweet game, right? Remember the music? Dun, 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 dun. Anyway. All right. Well, with 30 seconds left, I'll dedicate the rest of my time to someone who has something more important to say. Thank you to the members of the Assembly who were listening, to the mayor, and to everyone else here who had to listen to me prattle on for nearly 3 minutes. Have a great night.
There are members in the queue with questions for you, sir. Ms. Allard?
I'm sorry, please say again?
I have a question for you.
Oh, hit me. What's up?
Okay. Let me get my composure. So what line of work are you in that the mask mandate could affect your business or your children?
Oh, man. Well,
I'm assuming you have children.
I'm a machinist and a welder. So I don't work in what you'd call a sterile environment. So wearing one of those things is not exactly ideal. So, yeah, we wear a respirator for, contaminants and stuff like that, but that's for contaminants, not for anything else. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, my question was similar, and you probably already answered it. I was just going to ask if you owned a business or were an employee in a business whereby it would be difficult to try to enforce this mandate with clients or customers. So I'm assuming that that would not be the case in your line of work.
No, it'd just be really hard to go out to eat again.
Thank you.
When the COVID stops at the table for some reason.
All right. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
Do I have to hit a button? Oh, okay. I'm Brian. I live in Eagle River, and my representatives are Allard and Kennedy, thank God. I would like to say to Bronson, I fought hard to get you elected. I saw this coming, and I was trying my hardest to stop it, and sure enough, like we knew it was coming, it's here. So thank you so much. The only disappointment I had was you should not have apologized the other day. Follow your heart. Hey, so real quick, this is my Alaska immunization record. I brought a very old piece of paper, but I have everything from MMR to, hepatitis A, B, polio, every single thing that I would need to go to school. Keep in mind, you do not need this if you go to private school or Christian school, so I am not an anti-vaxxer. That being said, I have never had the flu vaccine, never needed it. I don't need the COVID vaccine. I've had COVID. I have natural immunity. If you guys were seeing real information, and this is what I'm here to talk about, you would not be so scared of this virus. In fact, if the same media that was telling you how scary this virus was told you how scary and likely it was that you died in a car accident going to work tomorrow, you would never leave your home. So to me, fear is the pandemic. And I think that the reason that Dunbar doesn't want us talking about 1930s Germany, okay, is because Hitler used a newspaper for propaganda, and he printed anti-Jew propaganda on it for years until those people were collected. And by the time they were, the German people were cheering for it. This is what you're seeing on a much greater scale. I am trying my hardest to find a way to bridge this divide because our country is dying. People have forgotten what freedom is about, which is what we were founded on, and now you're slowly taking them away from half the people, actually more than half the people, because from what I've seen, more people are speaking against it. I don't know if you guys are aware, but Google at this point is a funnel of information. YouTube is owned by Google and deletes videos that actively promote any kind of vaccine hesitancy. This includes even the CDC director saying that they do not prevent the spread of COVID. Your video will be removed off YouTube if you say this. Twitter is now censoring obituaries if it points to somebody dying after taking this vaccine. Facebook, I can't even post this meeting on Facebook. This is about the mask, because if you understand that everybody's not getting all the information, they would not be running from this virus. It's fear. So I'm just trying to point out the big picture. I have an aunt and an uncle in Australia. I see what's coming. Next will be the vaccines, okay? My uncle can't go to work past the 15th of this month in Australia without that shot, and he is an essential worker. You cannot leave your home without getting $1,000 to $5,000 fines for being out of your home. You are shot with rubber bullets if you are protesting because they've banned them. If you guys do not understand where this is going, I hope to God that you all wake up, because we have to live as a people. The only way in this ordinance is the choice for freedom. I am responsible for my own health, and you are responsible for yours. That's the way it's always been, and that's the only way forward.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
My name is Kendra Arciniega, and I'm represented by Quinn Davidson and Perez Verdilla. I know every person in these chambers is here because they passionately believe in something, and they want to fight for it. I'm among those people, and I come here with the desperation of many of my neighbors who have testified via email but don't feel safe being here for a host of reasons. Last Friday, one of my neighbors dropped off a care package on our doorstep because she knew my wife and I were showing up to these public hearings every day, exhausted in this fraught environment. Day 1, we were verbally accosted and followed to our car. Day 2, we were spit on and then surrounded by community members who cheered for a homophobic slur. Day 3, I was harassed by multiple people, but today I'm here to talk about showing up for each other with this mandate. The care package we got had rainbow masks, vitamins, sanitizer, and canned salmon that her husband had prepared this summer. Our neighbor lost her husband a few weeks ago to COVID, and she just brought his cremated remains home 2 weeks ago. A new widow who lost her partner, and she is trying to take care of us, making sure that we're safe because of the hostility in these chambers and the lack of basic health and safety precautions. Her husband was a lifelong Alaskan and a veteran who served our country. He managed to avoid getting COVID for the last year and a half and ended up getting it from a COVID-positive loved one who was vehemently anti-mask, anti-vaccine, and had been all over town. He tested positive on September 27th. He was taken to the ICU and put on a ventilator on August 30th. He passed away September 10th. I'm here because he can't be, and because his wife, our neighbor, and many like her are grieving because our neighbors refuse to look out for each other during a public health crisis. Mr. Perez Verdilla, I know you said you're undecided. My neighbor who passed away was one of your constituents like me. His widow is too. I'm here to urge all of you, but especially my representatives who I voted for, to do the right thing and vote yes on AO 2021-91. This administration is not listening to the pleas of frontline healthcare workers, so why would they listen to me? In the name of shameless filibustering and grandstanding at such a gravely consequential moment, what an absolute spectacle this public process and our community has brought upon these chambers. I grew up here and I devoted years of my life to this city. I saw the best of Anchorage when I worked in the EOC after the 7.1 earthquake. That's when we showed up for each other. I support your right to be here, I do, but it's very sad to see this. Many said the hospitals were already struggling before COVID. If that's the case, I can't imagine why we wouldn't take very basic mitigation measures to not make a bad problem worse. Assembly members, you have an obligation to our community in crisis. If you do nothing, your legacy will be a failure to act when human lives are at stake. You will be remembered for doing nothing when our city needed you most, and there will be death and suffering of those who pledged to serve the best interests of. This is the responsibility you chose, and this is the moment. Debate it, make amendments, make necessary exemptions, make it temporary, but vote yes. We're relying on you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ma'am, there's a question for you from Mr. Constant.
It's not a question. I just commiserate with you for the harsh things that people are saying about us for our most intimate relations in our lives, the love that we bear. I'm here with you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
My name is Mercedes Arciniega. I'm from District 3. I come in support of the proposed ordinance and welcome legislative decorum and democratic process to make such a mandate occur. In spite of some of the wildly inaccurate, unfounded, out-of-date, and/or no-context provided research brought forth by some of the public and by elected officials, the resolution of the idea that masks slow down transmission, and I repeat, slow down transmission, not abolish or cure COVID, has been proven time and again by various legitimate studies. As recently as September 1st, just last month, Stanford Medicine and Yale University researchers found that surgical masks are effective in reducing the occurrence of COVID-19 in community settings, especially in low-income areas and areas lacking access to vaccines, and even found that although surgical masks provide better protection than cloth, that cloth ones still provided better protection than no mask at all. The nature of science is ever evolving, and so yes, it's crucial we stay up to date with the latest scientific findings, so it's not always some personal friend of why am I being lied to and why are they flip-flopping when it's just scientific process in the making. And in knowing this, all of you, it is all of your jobs to, of course, listen to the constituents, because personal experience matters and is vital in maintaining a democratic republic. But all of you here are a body that is meant to protect and not fold to yells in the crowd like this is some sort of hoot and hollering monster truck rally or the worst episode of Jerry Springer. For as much as everyone here loves to tout the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, everyone is a scientist, a scholar, a doctor, yet this has been a mockery of a democratic Republican American process. I don't think any of you up there want to even consider, let alone introducing legislation like this. I hoped so much that a year ago we wouldn't be in this place like everybody else here. But here we are, as volatile as ever, now with COVID variants and continuing mutations and more disgraceful behavior in the name of personal liberties. We're supposed to cherish our personal liberties with responsibility, but not at the expense of a common good, the common good of your neighbors, the common good of Anchorage, of Alaska, of your America. Give me liberty or give me death. Dangerous liberty over safety? Are you kidding? No. Your dangerous liberty does not get to dictate my safety, my at-risk parent's safety, my partner's, or anyone who did not ask to pay the consequences of someone else's actions, albeit personal responsibilities and liberties. The community is only as strong as the most vulnerable. It is your jobs and duties to do what is right for this municipality, not as what easy, what is loudest, what is rowdiest, but what is right. So please remember that beyond these chambers and whatever this is, there are so many pleading with you through email, phone, some of us here to try to encourage passing this ordinance. The will of the people is beyond just what you see here. And please, by all means, amend, debate, consider some of these truly harrowing testimonies that our public has experienced so all sides of the issue can be considered in this mandate. And yes, also support other factors. We need every layer of protection that we can get. But please, let's return back to some sort of dignity and democracy.
Thank you for your testimony. I have two members in the queue for you. Ms. Allard?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. It seemed very heartfelt, and I understand where you're coming from. My question to you is, and if you don't have to answer if you don't want to, and I would appreciate it if everybody in the chambers would not say one word, applaud, clap, or hoop or holler. My question to you is, when you kind of stated that, I'm going to phrase it so that I say it the correct way. You kind of admonished or ridiculed the vocalness of the crowd here. Mm-hmm. And some of it was very offensive, some of it, okay. Could you, how did you feel when in 2020, of all the riots that were going on, how maybe other members of the community felt for those people to be heard with the violence, the shootings, the deaths, breaking buildings and glasses? Did you ever, when I say glasses, windows and stuff, did you ever come out to try to testify against
I don't mind
that?
answering this question.
I'm not,
hold
yeah,
on a moment,
I'm
folks.
asking so that we
Sure.
can come
Mr.
together as a
Perez-Verdia
community.
has asked for a point of order. Go ahead, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
I appreciate that the speaker is willing to answer the question. However, this is not a clarifying question. This is a statement being made by the assembly member. It's completely out of order. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can I just say, Ms. Allard, if you would like to continue this dialogue
Thank you, Mr.
offline, I'm more than
Perez-Verdia.
fine with doing that.
Absolutely, but Madam Chair, I'd also like to point out that Mr. Constant several times has said, I don't have a question, I don't have a question, I have a comment. So you don't treat me the same way. You definitely
Ms. Allard,
don't.
please. Actually, we had Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Madam Chair?
Mr. Perez-Verdia was in the queue actually prior to his point of order. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. I just didn't get the speaker's name. If I could just have her repeat her name, please.
Sure. My name is Mercedes Arciniega, and I am part of District 3.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton is in the queue for you.
Yes, sir.
I have a question, and I hope it's clarifying. I appreciate your comments, and I think much of what you said I share, particularly the, I think the breadth of the studies are that masks can slow down the spread of the virus, and I think that's been shown enough. But, doing that, and I ask because I think you thought a lot about this, clearly, it assumes that you get broad compliance for it to really be effective. So if it's somewhat effective, but only half the people do it, have we really done much? And I don't know half. I mean, just say, if it's not really broadly complied with,
Sure.
is it worth doing?
Well, Okay, and I'm just going to speak my piece. I know plenty of people are going to disagree, but I'm just going to plow right through it. In terms of something like that, exactly, is what you're saying, that it's dependent on a collective good in order to show. I know there's, and I'm sorry, I don't have it right off the top of my head, but research showing that the best possible situation that you would have in a masked community during something like a pandemic like this is if both, myself, person A and person B are both wearing them instead of just one person or the other. And mind you, I'm not a crazy leftist, I'm not a communist, I'm not any of these kinds of things. And I deeply care about the construction of what it is in our Constitution, as well as what our personal liberties and responsibilities are. But with that being said, as hard as that is in terms of making the sacrifice of that personal liberty in order for that common good, yes, it does require to have more a major overarching compliance. Otherwise, you may not see the results that you're looking for. And I feel like that also would skew those results, because therefore you're not actually looking at a full collective data of everyone masked up, and now we're actually looking at the research. We're still kind of playing with pieces and parts and everything. So I don't know if that answers your question. I'm trying the best I can on off the cuff, but that's kind of how I see it.
No, that was fine. I mean, that's kind of what I'm contemplating as I sit here, and I just appreciate your thoughts on it. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Megan Hathcote from District 5, East Anchorage. I'm here today to urge you to oppose this ordinance. I've lived in Anchorage and have worked in healthcare for 21 years. My specialty area is in acute care nursing. Excuse me. I've trained multiple new nurses, oriented several employees, and was a clinical instructor at UAA. I say all of this so you can fully understand that I have invested my life into helping others. Yet here I am in the face of inequity. I have served the poor, the sick, the vulnerable all my life and took an oath to cause no harm. I have worked through some of the most dangerous and contagious conditions that are much more extreme than COVID-19. I am educated and know how to protect myself and others from the proper use of PPE and hand washing. I actually had to go to several training classes in my career to learn how to properly don and doff PPE, something the majority of people don't know how to do correctly. If it's not done correctly in nursing, it's not effective. I never once discriminated against a patient with a contagious infection. I provided the best care possible to have the best outcomes possible. I'm currently in school to obtain my nurse practitioner degree. I had hoped to give more to my community at a higher level of care. Currently, my career is in jeopardy due to a personal choice that I made for my own health not to receive the vaccine. A personal choice that everyone deserves to make, and that goes for wearing a mask, taking medications, or any other strategy they choose to adopt. For 21 years, I have always told my patients to advocate for their own health. I've provided them with education and resources and practice at a high standard of care. As a nurse, I honor their right to go against medical advice and to seek other alternatives. Every competent adult has the right to refuse unwanted medical treatment in the hospital. So why do you, with little to no healthcare experience, get to decide what is best for us? Mask mandates are not the solution. It's a leaky Band-Aid. All this wasted money could have been donated to Todd Herring at Wetka Medical, who's using his own money to help the community get the monoclonal antibody infusion. He is choosing to do something about the problem. You're choosing to cover it up, literally and figuratively. Turn neighbor on neighbor and then pat yourself on the back because you think you did something good for the community. We don't need informers. We need more heroes. How about community health clinics to teach people the benefits of vitamins, minerals, low-inflammatory diets, and melatonin? How about state-funded monoclonal antibody infusion clinics that are saving lives and keeping people out of the hospital? Why aren't we talking about that? Mr. Constant, you asked someone yesterday why he thinks people that support this mandate aren't here to testify, and the answer was fear.
It's fear driven by ignorance. We are naturally scared by what we don't know. As the mayor stated yesterday, there's a lot of fear-mongering going on. Stop promoting fear. Put
Thank
your
you for your
thinking caps
testimony.
on, and let's find a better
Ma'am?
solution. I'm willing to help.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. And I want to just note before we move on, you know, we have traditionally made an exception when it comes to clarifying questions for members who want to thank a member or offer encouragement to some of the young speakers. And so, yes, we have traditionally done that to allow a sentence or two to thank someone or congratulate them. I wanted to point that out for consistency. Thank you, sir. Or please, welcome, sir. Please step forward and state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
Sure. My name is Brent, and I live in Anchorage. I have a master's in architecture, a degree in mechanical engineering, and a minor in math. My wife, father-in-law, mother-in-law, and sister-in-law are all in the healthcare industry. I'm going to speak 3 truths today. My first truth is that none of this is really about masks. Janine Yeager, PhD, former director of the International Healthcare Worker Safety Center, states that current mask-wearing protocols ignore every recommendation from the Institute of Medicine. I see half of you up there currently wearing cotton masks, literally the same cotton mask you wore last night. I was here. That's gross. Quote, cotton masks are the worst material for PPE. Any natural fiber is inappropriate, linen, cotton, silk. These are all absorbent fibers. In studies, patients wearing cotton masks had a 13-time higher incidence of contracting respiratory illnesses than not wearing a mask at all. The tests that the opposition are pointing to are done in a lab environment and are done on actual PPE, such as an N95 respirator. By the way, N95 is a respirator, it's not a mask. 2 different things, guys. Not cloth masks, which half the population wears. I mean, you guys are showing the ignorance by wearing a cloth mask. Sorry, I continue. The gentleman, Weddleton, thank you, asked if masks were okay yesterday to an 8-year-old as long as they weren't worn during a dance performance or sporting events. I believe this is all lip service and protocols are not making sense. We have protocols where you walk in one door, exit the other door. It apparently confuses COVID. Stay 6 feet apart. Wait, the new studies show 9 feet apart, but let's ignore it because the new rule, because everyone already has the signs that say 6 feet. Let's put plastic dividers between us. No one can hear past them, so people stand to the side and talk to each other. Don't believe me? Go to Lowe's and observe the return line at the customer service. You can't eat at a restaurant, but you can eat in an enclosed tent in a parking lot if you have a parking lot. Guys, I do HVAC for a living in architecture. Like, the rooms in your buildings are better. I've actually done some of these rooms in this facility. Anyways, almost everyone in Alaska during the first 8 months of COVID wore some sort of face protection, stayed home, and socially distanced. It obviously didn't work, and the majority of the world can see this. By enforcing a second mask mandate, we're echoing the words that those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. You're going about this the wrong way. Let's do this instead. Mandate real education on prevention, proper PPE, mandate vitamin C, D, exercise, sleep, healthy eating, spend money on proper care packages for people that have the virus. Holy shit, that was 3 minutes. All right.
Ms. Allard is in the queue for you with a question.
I'm not
Go
even
ahead,
close,
Ms. Allard.
so I want to get my second and third one out, so someone ask me a question.
It needs to be a brief clarifying question. Ms.
Come on,
Allard?
Yeah.
Ask me what my second and third one are.
Madam Chair, can he finish his 2 last points?
They're super short.
If you would summarize, I will count that as a clarifying question.
That's
If you
fine.
would summarize your second and third point.
You're going to love it. My second truth is that you've already made up your mind. And by you, I mean you guys. You've already made up your mind. LaFrance and Constant, your follow-up questions are only for people who wear masks. You're interested in pushing your agenda on people no matter how many people oppose it. This is a clear truth. No matter what facts I spit at you, no matter how eloquent a speaker is up here, no matter how many people oppose you, the majority of you have already pushed your vote button in and won't be swayed. My third and final truth is Alaska residents that do not want to wear a mask will not wear a mask. You should be nicer to small businesses since 75% of you will be looking for a new job at the next election.
Mayor Bronson has a question for you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
My name is Sherry Coburn. I'm in District 6. I want you to listen to what I'm about to say because I think it will help you understand what is going on. Perception is reality. Dr. Adam Crum, the Commissioner of the Department of Health and Human Services, issued a statement yesterday that we have 5 cases of COVID. 5 cases. There's a 99.99% survival rate if you get COVID. If you're over 79, you have other comorbidities, you still have a 95% survival rate. So someone please explain to me why we spent the last 5 days talking about this BS. This is not a COVID. Number one, don't you think it's interesting that when we first started talking about this, they called it the coronavirus? Why are we calling it the COVID? Do you know that COVID is an acronym? Mr. Dunbar, are you listening? It is an acronym for Certificate of Vaccination of Identification.
No,
this has never been about the virus. This has never been about the virus. It is about the vaccine. Did you know, have you ever wondered, like when we were kids, we've had multiple viruses and we've lived through them. We never put masks on people. We never isolated people. We all survived. And now we've never had a virus for a cold. You can't make a vaccine for any virus because it mutates. They multiply so quickly, it is not even possible to make one. Let's go back to what we know. Let's shut out the noise of, oh, they said this, I saw this, reported that, what do I believe, what's going on? Let's go back to what we know. They can't make a vaccine for a virus. It is not possible. If they could make a vaccine, you know, it's magical thinking. Moderna is supposed to be this, it's not even a medical laboratory, it's a bioweaponry lab. I will not be taking a vaccine from them. Pfizer is based out of China. I will not be taking a vaccine from them. Johnson & Johnson has had more lawsuits against them than any other company that manufactures products in the United States. I do not trust them. No one is getting informed consent when they're given a shot in the arm. I've been told that people get a blank piece of paper. If you're going to give us an experimental drug, you have to tell people what's in it, what are their risks, what side effects they can experience, and what are the benefits. And I want to tell you this quote I found from Dr. Henry Kissinger. Listen carefully. This was in a speech to the World Health Organization Council on eugenics, which means population control, February 25th. He said, once the herd accepts mandatory forcible vaccination, it's game over. They will accept anything. Forcible blood or organ donation for the greater good. We can genetically modify children and sterilize them for the greater good. Control the sheep minds and you control the herd. Vaccine makers stand to make billions. And many of the vaccine manufacturers are investors.
Your time is up. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you.
Is what?
I'm in the queue to ask you a question.
Okay.
So you said that there were only, I'm going to follow up with you on this one, but you said there were only 5 cases. And you said,
saw it on a feed on the internet yesterday. Dr. Adam, well, he's not doctor, he's appointed the head of the Department of Health and Human Services of Alaska. He pointed on an update yesterday, there are 5 cases. You know, there's a lot of difference. We've been told so many lies. You know, they started out saying, oh, well, we're all going to die, 2.5 million people die. Well, that didn't work. Then they started saying, oh, you have cancer and you've had it a year before COVID, but you died. We'll say they died of COVID. You're in a car wreck, they died of COVID. To keep the fear going. That didn't work, and then they came up with a faulty PCR test that were testing false positives because that kept the cases. We couldn't talk about deaths because we weren't having them. So let's talk about the cases because we got to get that fear up because we have to have people take a vaccine. Yeah. I'm not finished. I'm answering her question.
Please wrap it up.
So the vaccine, they don't disclose what's in it because they don't want us to know what's in it because If we knew, we would not take it. And I pray for all of you that have had the vaccine.
Let me go back to the original. I know you're upset, and
I'm really upset because I'm tired of wasting my life on this. Why don't you working on sex trafficking and the homelessness and the crime? Stuff that really matters.
So my concern is that you saw that on Department of Health and Social Services Board, and it's probably wrong. And my point in you saying that, and my response back would be, this is the problem. We don't know what's true. And that is something we need to be concerned about. So thank you.
We do know that they have lied about the deaths. We do know. That's been common knowledge. People have been joking about it for a year and a half.
Ms. Allard, would you clarify the question, please?
I was clarifying the question that you had stated, that there were on the board of Department of Health and Social Services. I wanted to clarify that where you saw that, where you read that.
I actually had someone in the Assembly chamber point it out to me last night. We both looked at it and read it online. So I'm thinking, how irresponsible. Okay. It goes along with the rest of what I've been seeing.
The question was, where did you see it? And you saw it online, so thank you.
Yeah, I did see it online.
Thank
and
you, Ms.
many
Allard.
of us saw it online. Multiple people
And
of
it's
us looked at it.
probably incorrect, which makes you wonder what is accurate on that board.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for your time.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
My name is Joshua McComas. I live in District 4. What I would like to speak to about masking mandates are the ancillary effects of such policies. I'm a student at UAA, and the university requires all students and faculty on campus to be masked regardless of vaccination status. The masking policy has negatively affected the delivery of my education, as some of my professors are constantly catching their breath while wearing the mask and having to basically yell so anyone can hear them with the muffling of the mask. This makes it even harder for me to focus on the information my professors are trying to convey. This limitation is prevalent in all of my classes. The masking policy has also caused in-person attendance at the university to dramatically decrease. This has caused my social life to go from what was essential to nearly non-existent. This has made me and many other students feel disconnected and alone. Many students are afraid to step outside of social circles and to meet new people because of fear of catching COVID or not knowing someone else's vaccination status. Now to speak to my limitations and experiences with masks and mask mandates, I have a hard time myself wearing a mask in public due to PTSD and panic disorder, as it restricts my breathing, so any restriction to my oxygen levels can cause me to faint in public. Unfortunately, during my classes, I have to make do. By the end of the day, I usually have a headache from hypoxia, and unfortunately, my healthcare provider doesn't think that wearing a mask is that burdensome to me, even though my experiences are different. I have to constantly put my health at risk during my classes because I do not retain information well in online classes. Some businesses require customers to wear masks, and I'm usually going to wear one if I'm going to be in the store for a short period of time. But whenever I'm going grocery shopping or out for a long period of time, I cannot wear one because it restricts my airflow, and therefore I'm more likely to have a panic attack. It is demoralizing to be told that I should have my groceries or food delivered because often that is the only reason I ever leave the house. To be told to stay home and limit the nearly non-existent social interaction I have has often driven me into deep depression. Outside of going to my classes, this is the only reason I ever leave my apartment. I lost my grandmother in December of 2020 while she had been battling lung health complications all of her life with bouts of pneumonia. They said she'd caught COVID. I know it was just her time, and more than likely it was easier for them to declare her as a COVID death than to go into an in-depth autopsy on her. My grandfather also passed in December of 2020. He left us claiming his ultimate right to choose whether or not to continue living. The mask mandates took from my grandfather the last things that were keeping him going, which were the ability to travel and be social, as he was a very elderly, and many in his circles were now too afraid to go to meetups. My grandfather shot himself on December of 2020 because of the mask mandates.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Ms. Allard?
Just 1 second, I gotta pause it.
Thank
Was
you.
your question?
Yeah, I'm sorry for your loss of your grandparents. That was sorry. My question is for clarification. Your medical provider denied you a medical...
I am scared to ask because of the fact most people would view my views, my disabilities as not incapacitating enough to say that I should not have to wear a mask.
So you actually are nervous?
I am afraid to ask.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Catherine D. Hoop. I'm from the east side of Anchorage, and I was compelled to come out today, and if I knew it was going to be this entertaining, I would have done it a lot earlier than this. I've been moved by the testimony on both sides today, and I think I'm a pretty average Anchorage resident. When I say I'm concerned about COVID, I'm concerned about the virus, the effects on our loved ones, the uncertainty of the future of the virus. And I'm also, like a lot of people in this room, concerned about the encroachment on our medical freedoms. I don't think it's selfish in any way as an American citizen to question government overreach. So they're both valid, and I'm just here to ask the Assembly and all of our elected officials to bring common sense back into everything, because I think we've kind of lost it. I'm hoping that you don't take the leadership of our federally elected officials as the way of dividing and pitting us against each other. And as long as we're out here calling each other names and an idiot and a sheep, then our government is just more in control. Our politicians are more in control. And thank you, Mr. Constant, for saying that you're commiserating with the speaker about hate, because boy, try being conservative in the last couple years. It's been brutal. So I'm just hoping that we could bring some common sense into it. I was in an ER a couple weeks ago with my father, and it was not related to COVID, but because he was wearing a hat that said veteran of World War II, Korea, and Vietnam, it starts a lot of conversations when we're out. And a lady sitting next to us through the conversation said she was in the ER because she had her throat hurt, and she was scared to death she had COVID. So I had to ask myself, are we clogging up our ERs with fear? If that is the case, is there something we could do about that? I just feel like there's ways that we could come together, and especially as our elected officials, bring us together with some ways that we can combat this virus. I am COVID recovered, and so I'm naturally immune. I choose to wear a mask sometimes I don't. I think it's perfectly fine when I see someone who is triple vaccinated and wearing their mask and their glove in their car. That should be totally fine. It's the freedom of being able to do that. And I just want to see common sense come back. And so my name's Catherine. I will not comply.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Ma'am, Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. You brought up that you didn't want to comply, so because I was waiting to find out where you stood on the issues. So my question would be, is it possible to have enough compliance for benefits? Somebody posed that question to me, and I want to ask you that question too.
Well, I'm not seeing the benefit because the mandate in the beginning, when at first it was because we didn't have the vaccine. Well, now we have a vaccine. Now we have a booster. Now we have monoclonal treatments. Now we have the knowledge of the benefits of vitamin D and zinc. And so I'm just wanting to know, when does it end? When does it ever end? When will it end? What is the measure? Is it, there's a very real possibility that this virus will be around for years in one manifestation or another. Are we going to keep locking us down? Are we going to keep mandates going? Or are we going to keep our kids muzzled? It just doesn't make sense at this point, and that's why I'm against it.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton has a question for you. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks, because you sounded like you played both sides. I thought your punchline might be, I'm going to maybe comply or something. But, you know, I just, you know, you said, when does it end? And I think we all thought it was over mid-April when we hit below 10 cases per 100,000, and that was the glorious time when it was all done, and we busted loose, and we spent the last 5 months, there have been simply no restrictions whatsoever from the government. And
I can't
oh,
hear
I'm sorry.
you. I'm sorry. It's another
so
one of
the,
my
no, it could be
problems
me.
with
I'll
masks. I
mumble
can't hear
louder
very
for
well.
you. You know, since, when does it end? Okay, mid-April, we were done. No restrictions since then. We've gone 5 months. Do what you want. And look where we are now. We have lots of cases, and critically, the hospitals are stressed out. So where, I mean, and you said, instead bring us together. I'm going, what does that mean? I mean, what would it be that would bring us together to get us back where we were mid-April?
Well, I'd like to see, I mean, personally, I'd like to see more positive stories for people to understand the monoclonal treatments and how that works. I have loved ones that work in the hospitals here, and a lot of that stress is from, you know, the lack of, you know, nursing, and hopefully that will help with the increased people coming into the state. And so I would just like the political polarization removed. Right? And we're always pitting each other against each other, and either if you sit up there and you think you have the only right answer and everyone else that has a different, you know, view from you is an idiot, then you're not serving us, the people, and you're not serving yourself. That's a weak leadership style. So I'm just hoping that we could come together with some different things, be realistic about natural immunity. That's a positive. It should be a positive. The monoclonal treatments, that's a positive. The fact that we're 30% down according to the dashboard today, great. That shouldn't be a negative just because that doesn't go align with what your policy that you want, you know, to come out. So I would just like to see us to come together. I always hope that our elected officials will lead in that and bringing us together instead of pitting us apart.
Thank you. All right. Welcome. Please state your name and your neighborhood for the record.
My name is Haley Young, and I'm from Eagle River. As our elected assembly members, your duty is to protect our freedoms. None of you are my medical providers. None of us in this room pay you guys to provide us with evidence-based medical care. And I understand that you're trying to protect the health of our community, but that's not what we have elected you to do. I am opposed to the proposed ordinance 2021-91 because I believe that each person has the right to medical freedom, which is defined as the right to informed consent and self-determination regarding an individual's choice to accept or deny any medical intervention for themselves or their family. With this ordinance, you are forcing upon us the use of a medical device. A mask in this application is a medical device. And you're also not paying attention to me at all. I would like my full 3 minutes to start, actually.
The time is running.
A mask in this application is a medical device. For those of you up there wearing a single-use medical surgical mask, I want to tell you this. A surgical mask is a single-use filtration device that is intended to be worn by medical professionals over the nose and mouth during a procedure or an operation to prevent contamination and provide a physical barrier to fluid and particulate materials. Now, we all know that with every medical intervention comes a risk. You cannot tell me that a mask is free of potential hazards and may lead to undesirable side effects for some or for all of a population. In a meta-analysis of 65 scientific studies, literature review confirmed that relevant and undesirable medical-related issues are associated with mask wearing. I do not support the use of medical devices when it is not scientifically proven to be effective in limiting and halting transmission of COVID-19 or any virus. Every person has the right to choose what happens to and with their own body, and I, as an individual, have the right to accept or deny the use of this medical device. You are building a policy based on conflicting and inconclusive data, which is not appropriate. Instead of standing here and discussing whether a law should be introduced regarding the mandatory use of a medical device, how about we reallocate our resources and time to caring for those with COVID-19? There are reliable alternative treatments to COVID-19, and I want to know why nobody's talking about those. Why don't we have testing centers, vaccine sites, and treatment centers all in the same location? Why aren't we widely advertising the use of monoclonal antibodies, which Mayor Bronson is advocating for so strongly? You think your hospitals are overrun now, then how about you advertise the viable outpatient treatment options for community members instead of just giving them their test results, which is being treated like a death sentence? That's completely unnecessary. If you are so concerned about the health of your community, then I want you to put the effort in to make your community healthier. I'm fully capable of making the best decision for myself and everyone in this room. Everyone in the municipality of Anchorage is fully capable of making the decision for themselves and their family.
Right, thank you.
Give them the resources and let them choose.
Thank you. There's a question for you from Mrs. Allard.
Hi, Haley. Thank you for being here tonight. So just to kind of give a little background, how many medical providers have you been dealing with, and what do you do for a living?
I currently work at Providence. I work in the NICU. I am intending to go to nursing school this January. I know many people in the medical profession, and I currently have like 180 people behind me.
Thank you, Haley.
Mr. Weddleton.
I might get in trouble for this, but you said, why isn't anyone talking about monoclonal antibodies, and why isn't there a one-stop shop to get vaxxed and tested and monoclonal antibodies? There is a lot of talk about that, and I think the mayor just announced that now at the Golden Lion we have a one-stop shop. Is that right?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, please. Welcome.
Good evening, distinguished members. I strongly oppose the AO 2021-91 because it takes away a fundamental right that millions of people have died for. As I said, I strongly oppose this ordinance because it takes away a fundamental right that millions of people have died for, the right to choose. I'm 17 years old and a senior in high school. And just because I may not have as much life experience as all those in this room, that does not mean that that does not mean that I'm not smart enough or intelligent enough to make my own decisions. I made the choice to come here today. No one forced me to come here. So I should be able to make the choice whether or not I wear a mask. There are some here, like me, that do not wear a mask. There are others here that do wear a mask, and that is absolutely amazing because we all made this decision because nobody forced us to do it. We can't agree on every subject. We're not going to agree on every subject, but I know there's one thing that we really should agree. That everybody, left, right, liberal, or conservative, that we all must have the opportunity to decide whether or not we wear a face covering. Thank you.
Thank you. So while I was messing with the clock, I didn't catch your name. Did you say your name for the record?
My name is Stephen. I live in East Anchorage.
All right, thank you, Stephen. Mrs. Allard.
Thank you, Stephen. I have a question for you. Just two quick ones. How old are you again, please?
I'm 17.
And you're a junior or a senior in high school?
I'm a senior in high school.
Congratulations, you're on your way.
Thank you.
So my question is, how has this mask mandate in the past affected you, and how is it, do you believe, affecting you if it goes into effect?
In the past?
Because you're wearing it all day at school.
Well, I'm actually homeschooled, but in the past,
good.
it did not affect me because I was able to work outside. But at my current job, I work indoors. That would force me to wear a mask for up to 8+ hours a day.
Can I ask you, maybe you don't want to. Well, you can if you want. What line of work are you going to be, or are you doing right now?
Right now, I work at a golf course.
You got to wear one outside?
Well, no, I did not have to wear one outside last year.
Okay.
But if this mandate goes into effect, I will have to wear one inside when I work.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
Yeah, my name is Grayson Sorensen. I live in District 6. So my notes are a little nebulous. I'm just going to do my best. I don't think anyone is so out of touch that they think that 9 out of 11 Anchorage residents are in agreement with what you guys are doing. Maybe it's 50-50 if you look at the mayoral elections, but if you look at this room, it's probably a lot more than that. So I'm not going to change any hearts here. I'm just going to speak my piece and share an idea because I think that might be constructive. I also want to say, obviously, assembly members, it's not your fault. We've been asleep at the wheel. You've been really lucky. So you got elected. That's on us. So I'll share a quote by Thomas Jefferson. It says that if a law is unjust, a man is not only right to disobey it, he is obligated to do so. So now, rather than debating the efficacy of masks or, any position I have scientifically, I'm just going to get into my idea. I think that would be the most constructive thing. So, how do I approach this thing? So an interesting characteristic of human behavior is that if you gamify something, it has a way of making an activity a lot more habit-forming and addictive. Video game companies and app companies are really good at this. They give you little rewards, little dopamine fixes, and it gets you kind of hooked. The people who are marketing the scariest virus ever are giving you free donuts for a year, a cheeseburger, $50,000 to get vaccinated. I mean, it should market itself. But anyway, my question is, and my idea is, what if we gamified civic engagement? I think what that would do is prevent a lot of the apathy that's led us to the situation that we're in now. I think we could also tie in a way to help small businesses. So I'm just going to spitball my idea. My notes are terrible. And if this thing exists already, we're just not using it very well. So I'm kind of envisioning a platform. You can go on there. Maybe there's a calendar or a list of events. Things you can participate in like this, district meetings, volunteer opportunities, maybe door knocking, something like that. You go and you do them, and you can accumulate like little credits, kind of like a game, at local businesses who would directly benefit from more people being involved, because the businesses want the right to run themselves the way they do. They don't want to be interfered. So I figure, shoot, they would love to give you a free drink or a discounted tire change, something like that, if more people got involved with stuff. So that's my idea, maybe like an app or something. I think in this room there's probably the creativity and the passion and the capital to start something like this. I think it could also be a good platform to maybe coordinate more widespread non-compliance versus just one guy at the grocery store not wearing their mask.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yep, thanks. Any questions?
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I can't, my button's blocked out.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. So you're looking at, for clarification, I swear, it's for like a pay it forward in the community? Where if you do
something where people who would otherwise be apathetic about local affairs, like most people, like, shoot, I can get an oil change if I go and testify. Like, I can accumulate points by being involved in what's going on, and then, businesses can, these same businesses who have really struggled in the last year and a half under a lot of your guys' policies, I think, could really benefit them to get more people through the door, more support, and get more people out involved in this kind of stuff so we don't end up in such a slanted assembly.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Welcome, sir. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Josh. I live over by Fairview. I recently graduated from college in medical assisting. And I'm not here today to ramble on about statistics and numbers that don't really mean anything to any of you. But the reason why I'm here today is, well, before I switched to the medical field, I was going to college for political science. And while I was going there, I was mostly interested in history in the 20th century and the reason why the things happened back then, and the reason why people behaved in the way that they did. So I'd like to bring up a specific term, actually, to kind of remind everyone. And that term is Lysenkoism. Now, to understand this term, it's in person to understand who the man, Tofrim Lysenko, was. He was a scientist, a Soviet scientist in the 20th century, who, like all men, was pressured by political powers. And he was so pressured that he came up with a theory that communism wasn't just a political ideology, it was a reality of nature. And two plant species, his idea was, couldn't possibly fight over the same land of soil. So if you plant seeds closer together that are the same species, they can't fight each other for the same plot of soil. So the Soviets made it a policy that all these plants be planted very, very close together, which caused 2 of the largest famines in human history, not just in Soviet Russia, but also in Maoist China. Now, the reason why I bring this term up and the reason why it's associated with masks is because I believe that the same thing is happening in regards to this policy with the mask mandates. And the reason why I'm believing that is because being a medical assistant, I am also familiar with the fact that surgical grade masks are fantastic for blocking viruses as long as they're changed consistently. But these cotton fabric things that are being forced upon people's faces are not just harbinging bacteria and viruses, they're not even barely blocking the air. So that is one of the reasons why I believe that this is currently occurring today. And I should also add that another reason why I believe it is occurring is because anybody that speaks about this online is censored.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Maybe I'm hoping I understood you. You're in the medical world?
Yeah, I'm a medical assistant.
Okay, and do any of your coworkers wear cloth masks to work, or do you guys, no, I'm serious. What do you guys wear exactly at work?
So some of us wear them, and then when we show up, we have to replace them with medical grade masks at the beginning of the day. So
okay.
We wear the cloth ones privately, but when we show up to work, it has to be medical grade.
And they say that because the medical grade ones work better than the cloth ones?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Brittany Tompkins, and I live in District 6. I do 100% oppose this change in municipal code. I want to personally thank you for inadvertently waking up a sleeping giant. The sleeping giant is that those of us who, before February 2020, did not pay close attention to what our elected officials were choosing for us. We are here to say we won't be uninformed again. Where there is risk, there must be choice. The municipal code change will not take this into account. It will just make it possible for to lawfully enact a mask law every time we hit 50 positive cases per 100,000. I spoke many times over the last year. I've not hidden how I feel about masks and how it's negatively affected my family. But in case the members here have forgotten or didn't listen, let me summarize. My grandpa died alone in Providence Extended Care without family by his side due to the previous acting mayor's mandates. My own child was denied dental care when he smashed his front teeth in March of 2020 and had to wait 2 months to get his teeth pulled and showed signs of infection. All this is because of the mandates. My mom was harassed in the first mandates where it said that if you had a disability, you could walk into a store without a mask. She went into Costco for me, was harassed by 3 different workers there, and was told that this is what she can expect if she comes back again. That's what they said to her. She also has a disability. She received shots in her eyes, and you heard earlier that masks can and have caused further damage for her. My grandma, who lost her husband and was not able to be with him, was told her rideshare would not be able to take her anywhere besides the doctor's office. She was basically a prisoner in her own home. That was also due to mandates. She recently fell and ended up back up at the hospital where we were not allowed to advocate for her because we're not allowed to visit her. Please stop saying the mayor needs to go tour Providence. They're not letting us in. By the way, where did the millions of COVID money go? Why didn't it go to the hospitals? Why isn't it here for them right now? Why did we spend it? I want to point out that we are voting on a code change. The assembly member that brought up the state constitution last night had to prove his point for his view. But why is the Assembly so willing to change our Muni code? Is it because people on this dais are getting pushed back instead of full reign? I don't care how many amendments you offer us. We do not want this on the table. A reminder, this is a code change, and Zolotel and Peterson are 100% in favor for this. And I do want to say I appreciate the land acknowledgement as an Athabascan Indian, but I do 100% realize the importance that I stand and live in a free land.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Full disclosure, Brittany is my aide.
And I want to say I would be here even if I wasn't working for her.
That's
This
right.
is what I would say.
Okay, so the question, thank you. So the question to Brittany is, when you're not working for me and you're doing other things on the side, can you tell me how many medical professionals have reached out to you and why most of them can't be here today?
I have probably 80 that has actually reached out to me, and they have groups in their own community that said they want to reach out, but they're afraid because of misinformation will pull their license if they spread misinformation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record and the part of town in which you live. Thanks.
Hi, I am Poppy and I'm 13. I'm in the 8th grade. I live in District 6. I struggle with how we are treating COVID. We are treating it as if we can't stop death. We can't do that. We will all eventually die. It's a part of life. We can't dwell on it. We have to move on. I believe God is the only one who knows it's my time to go. When he is done using me for his glory, it's my time to go. Although that can be scary to think about, we can't control it. Again, it's a part of life. We are treating COVID as though we are scared. We are living in fear. Some people want to believe mainstream media instead of spending time gathering their own research. How we are living does not feel like living. Luckily for me, I am privileged to go to a private Christian school that gives me a choice to wear a mask or not. I know that everyone is not as lucky as me. This mask mandate is very simple. It's not complex. I understand it represents our basic loss of personal freedoms. By not giving us this choice, it will likely lead to other things. I play basketball. I have a hard time breathing in a mask just walking in the store. How am I supposed to breathe while running? I was here yesterday and heard you asking if certain exceptions will help for things such as athletics. If you're going to allow all of these exceptions, why even have the mandate? We have had mask mandates before, and they didn't work. We act as though every day is guaranteed. It's not. Instead of living in fear, we need to live life to the fullest. We need to thank God for every day he has given us. I want to end with a Bible verse, Psalm 23:4. Even though I walk through the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. God is in control.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Can you tell me again how old you are?
I'm 13.
Thank you for being here today. Can you talk a little bit about how, I know that you don't have to wear them at your private school right now, and not all kids get that opportunity. Do you have friends who have been impacted because they have to wear a mask all day at school?
Yeah, I have several friends that have to wear masks, and I feel terrible for them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record.
I'm sorry?
Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
My name is Brenda. I live on the west side. I, like Assembly members Zolotel and the others, am averse to risk of exposure to the COVID-19 virus. I find it curious that they are not at these meetings about a mask mandate because they don't feel safe wearing a mask. So I'm going to run down these sections and have suggested actions. Section 1, it appears that the increase in case count was published in an updating of a backlog of records and not real-time cases. And since Alaska Regional doesn't have the same level of shortages, the load can be spread across the campuses. And if more is needed, stand up a temporary site like AAC was done in 2020. Section 2, I find it necessary to point out the accuracy of the various tests that are available to us here are not performing at 100%. We don't have accurate tests. Section 3, The use of the words must and shall are problematic. We are unique beings genetically with different life experiences, environmental exposures, work requirements, and lifestyles. To leave the onus on the public to police each other or beg for understanding to one's circumstances is demeaning and cruel to all. Section 4, item F, seems to me an attempt to codify HIPAA violations, which is an invasion of each person's privacy. Section 5, this is wrong. I am appalled at the language, shall deny admittance and compel removal of people. It's almost like you are seeking further discord and more violence and hostility between residents. Is this what our assembly members want? Point B, the section appears to be circumventing the ADA and actually mandating the opposite. I suggest you look at Title III. That deals with public accommodations and services operated by private entities, which is regulated and enforced by the U.S. Department of Justice. Section 6, since when does the Assembly authorize actions taken by the executive branch regarding municipal-owned properties? To quote the kids these days, stay in your own lane. Section 7 and 8, everything is in place already. Just strike that. Don't even consider it. Lose it. Section 9, the contents of this section are already understood and appropriate communications by Mayor Bronson and his administration are well underway and active. Please remove this section. The recommendations and encouragements don't need to be in the municipal code. Section 10, I was so offended. Public nuisance.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Can you explain to me your thought on public nuisance in Section 10?
My thoughts on it?
Well, what you were going to say.
So when I read through Title 14 and 15 to get the full context of what's being dealt with, this municipal code is dealing with junked cars and runoff and improper disposal of sewage and emissions of like smoke. And actually, the item 13 does deal with visible emissions, and the verbiage in that code specifically traces back to the EPA 1960s on a smoke chart and what to do and how to measure opacity of smoke. And that is so offensive. That is so incredibly offensive that you are treating everyone in the greater Anchorage area as a public nuisance, and our emissions are something to be charted and measured and fined if we're not towing the line.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for actually reading the ordinance.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, and I say, and I'm not trying to be facetious or anything, but I think there are a lot of people who've heard that there's a mask mandate, but they haven't really read the ordinance. So I just wanted to ask you, have you had any conversations with people that are supporting it or even opposing it, but have actually read the ordinance?
Most people are too busy to live living their lives, kind of, and it falls on both sides of the issue, people on both sides, and so there's a narrative that's floating around, and I feel like the people here speaking against this ordinance are more informed and have done more of their homework. I do truly believe that.
So thank you, and I agree with you. I believe you too. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record. and the area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. I'm going to start the timer.
Hello, my name is Kai Gibbs, and I am a senior in high school from District 4. I strongly disagree with the newly proposed COVID-19 mask ordinance and believe it to be socially and medically harmful, especially concerning young members of our society, specifically children and teenagers. Since the second semester of my sophomore year in high school, I have watched COVID-19 infiltrate and dominate every area of Americans' lives, and fears of this virus completely exceed all reason. This COVID mask ordinance proposed by the Assembly is ludicrous and absolutely intrusive upon citizens' rights and health. I have watched over the course of this pandemic students and young members of our society become socially awkward, antisocial, lonely, depressed, and even suicidal due to unnecessary and destructive precautions such as mask mandates and forced shutdowns. While I am not a scientist, I do not have to be one to tell you the obvious. Masks make little difference concerning the spread of COVID-19. Realistically, masks are ineffective or even endanger their wearers when not worn properly, washed thoroughly, and replaced or changed frequently. Also, the constant readjusting and touching of one's mask and face would increase said wearer's chance of contracting the COVID-19 virus. Finally, when discussing the medical impact of the continual wearing of masks for children and young adults, it is important to note that an unhindered supply of oxygen is vital to their overall development. Not only do mask mandates and ordinances seem ineffective from a health standpoint, but they have also proven to be an indisputably negative presence in the lives of the young men and women around me concerning socialization. Humans are meant to be in fellowship with one another. However, mask mandates and ordinances diminish the intimacy and quality of our personal connections. As I have previously stated above, the social impacts of mask wearing have been more negative and damaging than not to the lives of younger persons. Face recognition, facial expressions, audible clarity, the list goes on. Important components of social interactions are inhibited. This is unacceptable and counterproductive for our society. Childhood and adolescent years are a time of learning. They are foundational in the forming of future habits and traits. However, this proposed COVID-19 mask ordinance would impede upon developmental experiences in this priceless period of growth. In conclusion, the wearing of a mask is a choice that should be left to an individual's preference, and no one should be ridiculed or otherwise punished according to said preference. Additionally, as to whether or not children should wear a mask is a decision that solely belongs to the child and their parents. It is not the government's responsibility or right to dictate such a decision. I respectfully request that you take all that others and I have testified into consideration before proceeding with and approving this newly proposed COVID-19 ordinance. I will not comply.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Go ahead with your question, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. So can I get your age again and what grade you're in?
I'm 17. I'm a senior, 12th grade.
Okay, so are you in public school?
No, actually, I'm in a private school.
You are? Okay. So then you made it something that was kind of, I look at it that way, but you brought it back up. Do you truly, so you believe this ordinance is taking a parent's rights away to
Yes.
tell because we're under 18, so the government is dictating what parents have to do for their underage children?
Yes, I absolutely believe that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
My name is Rachel Fontaine. I grew up in Wasilla, Alaska, and I currently reside in District 1. I am here, first off, to apologize to Ms. Allard for raising my voice earlier. I came here with the intent of being a more neutral voice and hopefully making things a bit more peaceful for myself, and being in a room full of anger and rage, and after the days that I've had as a result of this current situation, I reacted with emotion, as many people in this room have. As someone who has an inner child, I'm sure you do, everyone in this room does, and everybody wants to be heard. And if you feel that you're not being heard, the brain takes over, fight or flight, instant chemical reaction. And so I apologize sincerely for raising my voice. And I also would like to take this opportunity to say, I am someone who currently works in behavioral health. I take calls from parents and sometimes children themselves on the phone, teenagers calling in, suicidal, need to be referred to Providence CRC or Discovery Unit or wherever it is. I'm just trying to help plug people into appointments so that they can be seen. I wore this mask in here because my job is important to me. The children that I serve are important to me, and every person in this room is important to me. My mother left Soviet Russia in favor of a better life. She fought for her freedom. I have veterans in my family who have fought for our freedom. I have friends who have lost loved ones to coronavirus, and I have people in my family who I am at risk of infecting if I were to see them after coming to this assembly today. Ms. Allard, I implore you, please do not use the suicide epidemic in children to validate the politicized issues that this mask mandate has brought up. As someone who has survived suicide attempts, as someone who suffered from serious traumas in Wasilla, Alaska, at Christian schools, because my parents were able to do whatever they wanted to do with me, shout out to my mom who's an angel, but my goodness gracious, if I am standing here today as someone who was brought up in Wasilla with Christian school, the right to choose, could say what my parents wanted to say, it is a shock to me that I am here alive today, and I would like to use this opportunity to implore every single person in this room, remember, children want to be loved. They will say what they need to say in order to please their parents, because that is the ultimate goal. Do not politicize children. Do not politicize their deaths. And suicide, I promise you, it's not about a mask on a face. It is a feeling of sincere hopelessness when you're looking for the adult in the room and there isn't one. So far, I've been in here and I myself raised my voice. This is not the America that my mom came to live in. This isn't the America I would like my children to be in. And I please ask, do not use suicide for this, ever, again.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you.
Thank you. And I didn't take offense to anything. I heard, but it doesn't. Thank you for your apology, but it wasn't needed. You're okay.
Thank you.
As far as bringing up suicide, I just want to ask you, you're a professional in your field. Do you have children yourself?
Not yet. I would very much like to.
Okay.
The reason I brought up suicide is because the reason I'm here today, I was burned out from taking crisis calls all day, guys. I really want to go home.
Okay.
But I saw on YouTube the previous meeting in which a teacher brought up suicide of children in her class, and you asked, they're not military, they're not PTSD. That is
Right.
the very beginning of misunderstandings that are leading to more death and more suicide, thinking that PTSD and trauma only affects military members and veterans.
That wasn't my intent, but that's okay. What I wanted to say about, in reference to not bringing up suicide, this pandemic has affected children. So when you say don't bring it up, it's very important that we do recognize that the COVID pandemic does affect our suicide rates. So I just kind of want to try to get a little clarification of that, if you can just hit it and then we can just move on.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. So the reason I bring that up is because, like many issues, I hear the word consent thrown around in here quite a bit. Used in a different context, the word consent could mean completely flip-flop opposite of what people in this room believe and would fight against that. Suicide is a very real issue. The mental health epidemic, its issues facing it, I struggle to speak because I am someone who has been talking all day and I am at the end of my rope. I genuinely would like my children and my descendants to grow up in a world where they can look back on us and our leaders and are proud to have come from our bloodline and are proud to have been descended from Alaskans in this room. At this moment, the way people are behaving, the way people are treating each other, whether they're with a mask or not, listen, I'm taking off a mask because the second I walked into this room, people had opinions about me. And I promise you, as a vaccinated person, I'm not worried about you infecting me. The mask, it's not to protect vaccinated people. It's to protect children, old individuals, apologies to the elderly in the room, but people who are at risk. My friend's grandpa just died of COVID, and at the funeral, 50 to 100 people, only 4 people wore masks, and people took that opportunity to politicize it and back up their views. So please, I understand everyone wants to have that rush of ego, go home and feel self-satisfied that they did something today, that they were a patriot or a hero or whatever label you would like to assign yourself. But if we've had countless Americans dying overseas to protect the rights of our children and the rights to live
safely in a community, then I implore every single person in this room, this cloth covering is not as important as our ability to treat each other with respect in the face of crisis. And I am appalled as someone who loves Alaska so deeply, someone who grew up here, and someone who has experienced significant trauma as a result of that kind of isolationism and resentment and brainwashing, quite frankly, in my experience. The only reason I'm standing here today is because I would like to speak to any child in this room or any child who is listening, who feels completely out of control and feels like the adults don't know what to do and they can't regulate their own emotions and it must be about me and it must be my fault and I'm completely alone. You are not alone. And I do not care what the other adults in this room have to say. I do not care how you vote.
Ma'am,
I understand.
Ms. Allard, has your question been answered?
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I feel very strongly
Okay.
about this, and I
Point of
appreciate
order.
the opportunity.
Thank you,
Thank you for speaking. The lady with the Hollister hoodie is now warned.
Actually, ma'am, Ms. Kennedy has...
She's creating an actual
Hold on a sec.
disturbance. Madam Chair, lady in the Hollister hoodie.
Ms. Fontaine.
You are warned. Another shouting, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Vice
Security,
Chair.
Madam Chair, it's time. It's time. Madam Chair.
Oh, okay.
I apologize.
Security.
I thought my time was up.
Ma'am, I need to ask you to refrain from yelling and shouting. You've been warned. Mrs. Kennedy, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes. Thank you, Ms. Fontaine, and thanks for coming back. I don't mean to pressure you in any of this, but I wasn't real clear on whether or not you were supporting the mask mandate or opposing it. So you are supporting it.
That's a
anyway,
great question.
Please answer. Go ahead.
I wish it didn't have to be for or against. I wish our community could simply cooperate. If there is an active threat in our community, I do not care if I have to wear a diaper on my face 24/7. I will do it to protect the children in this room. I'll step in front of a bus. I'm pro-mandate in the same way that I pray to God every day, save the people from themselves. Save us from our own egos and save us from the absolute
thank you,
violence we
ma'am.
inflict every day on each other and ourselves.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, could we please have a 10-minute recess? I have a emergency. A little bit.
Sure, we can take a 10-minute recess.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, let's go ahead and get going. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
Can you hear me? All right. My name's Antonia Duran, and I'm in District 6. Before I start with what I planned on saying, I did want to also state that I was that receptionist that Dr. Hannafin had mentioned earlier in his testimony, and I know that he had things that was a little more important to talk on, but he did miss a couple of points that not only did that lady follow me back into the office, she also called me a murderer, and the reason why her brother is dying in the hospital. And with that, I'm going to continue with what I was going to say. I don't have any science for you guys, but I do want to just state how this does affect me. As a student, as you can see, I have a little bit of difficulty talking right now. I have allergies, so when I have to wear my mask all day, those allergens stay on the mask, and so it affects just me in general, my health. So right now, like, my voice does not sound great, and I have a horrible congestion and that I've had for actually 2 years, if you wanted to know that. I also am a previous employee, and I watched how these mandates destroyed all the businesses, and I literally sat through that because I was a receptionist. I got to have a small taste of what it feels like to get laid off when a business starts to fail because they aren't allowed to practice the same way. And when those mandates and lockdowns began, the business I worked for suffered, and when the business suffered, the patients suffered, and when they suffered, I suffered. And by the grace of God, my job was saved, but that didn't stop me from realizing that we had a serious problems on our hand and that many other businesses in town had the same problem. I'm also religious. I will share the fact that I'm a strong, faithful Catholic. The impact that you guys had on the churches, they closed for the most part, and people could not practice the same way. And for those of you who aren't Catholic and aren't familiar with the practices, we received communion. We weren't allowed to do that for a while. And in the church, I teach first graders and high schoolers. I already have realized what the problem was with the first graders. They can't keep that mask on. And a lot of the older kids don't even want to continue going to church and aren't going to receive their last sacrament because of the masks. I'm also human. I've been called a racist, homophobic, and even a murderer. It hurts to be called a murderer given the fact that I am very faithful and very Christian. And I'm not going to go on about how racist and homophobic are the last things to use to describe me. But all I have to say is that this has caused a huge division in our community. We need to be able to make this choice for ourselves, because I apologize to everyone who called me selfish for not wanting to wear a mask, but I don't think it's selfish to want to protect me and everyone else who has spoken the past couple of days on why they can't wear that mask. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. You seem very upset tonight, and I
Yeah.
know you in a different light, and I know you're not any of those things that they said. My question to you is, when you were name called, how did you handle it?
Well, normally if it's to my face, I try to keep myself in a certain composure, especially when I was representing a business. I didn't want to say anything back. You could even ask Dr. Hannafin. I actually cried to him after that. And the day kind of sucked being at work after. But when it comes to people, because we all know a lot of people on social media who like to just say whatever because there's not really a punishment for bullying on social media, I try as much as I can to ignore them, but it has come down to the fact that I have actually lost a lot of friends. A lot of my family actually they don't talk to me anymore. So that's really hard.
Thank you, Antonia.
Thank you. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record. Thank you.
So before I start, I would like to say thank you to Mayor Bronson and Jamie Allard for listening in and allowing us to speak properly and paying full attention, and I will include Ms. Kennedy in this. My name is Sophia Pugh. I am from District 14, and my representative is Jamie Allard. Thank God. I am 12 years old and homeschooled, mainly so I don't have to worry about stuff like this. I commonly take classes outside my curriculum, such as my writing and literature taking place at the Mack Center in Eagle River. Now, in these classes, my teachers allowed us to choose whether or not we should wear a mask. As we were enrolling myself into these classes, I was going to be in a few others, which I will not name. But once we questioned if I would have the choice on whether or not to wear a mask in these said classes, they told my mother that they would refuse to educate me if I didn't wear a mask. Now, I'm not saying they don't have the right to refuse service. I'm not saying they don't have the right to refuse to serve certain people, as that is their right as humans and Americans. I find it terrible that there are so many people that are experiencing the same thing over a piece of cloth. If you were to enforce this mandate, my education, along with many others, older and younger, would suffer and be hindered. The reason I have made the personal decision to not wear a mask is because I am a healthy individual, and I have confidence that if I were to get this virus, I would manage. There are other reasons that I am not comfortable sharing. This is a virus, it's not going anywhere. I encourage you to vote no on this ordinance. I will not comply. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you.
Thank you, Sophia, for being here today. Has the mask mandates prior and this one coming forth, have you spoken to what could possibly happen with this ordinance with your friends, and what is some of the feedback that you've received?
Well, it wouldn't really affect any of my friendships whatsoever, as in my classes and in my friendships, we look at each other equally, so it wouldn't really affect much, but I would not choose to wear a mask no matter what.
Can I just do one follow-up question? So for those individuals that are your friends that might wear a mask, do you and any of your other friends treat them any different, or it's just kind of?
No, I'm actually friends with someone who chooses to wear a mask, and that does not affect anything.
It's no big deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Pugh. I am in the Eagle River District. I am a wife, a mother, a grandmother, and a midwife, and a small business owner. I also currently serve on the State of Alaska Midwifery Board. As a healthcare provider, it is our responsibility to never bring our personal bias into our clinic rooms. I'm actually appalled and disappointed at every healthcare provider that has spoken on this issue that has not asked you to vote no. That may be confusing to some, but as a healthcare provider, it is our moral and ethical obligation to provide all information for and against any recommendation we make to a client. There are and always will be studies and information for and against all medical decisions and procedures. Giving our clients unbiased information is the only way for our clients or patients to really make an educated, informed choice for themselves and their families. Yes, where there is risk, there should be choice. Giving up our medical and physical autonomy is a very slippery slope. Some have brought up the Nazis and the horrible things they did to their people, but we have just been as horrible right here in the United States. Look up what our government did to the Tuskegee men and the Tuskegee experiment. Take a look at what happened with the African and Native American women not so long ago, right here in our country, with non-consented sterilization. This is what terrifies me and should terrify all of you. Government officials have no right to dictate medical decisions to anyone. The scariest words in the world are, "We're here from the government and we're here to help." I would encourage all of you to vote against this proposed ordinance and any like it that come after this, because they will come. Mark my words. And not because you think it's the right thing to do, but because it is and never will be your job to make medical suggestions, recommendations, or mandates. You were elected by the people and for the people to uphold the Alaska State Constitution and the United States Constitution, not make medical decisions. Thank you. No, I will never comply, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today, Rachel. Can you hit a little bit on, you said you're in the medical field.
I am.
You don't have to say where you work if you're not comfortable. I just want to know like what you do for that so I can go into my next question.
I'm a home birth midwife.
Okay. So, you know, a lot of people have been stating that we're politicizing this and accused me of politicizing this. But if you bring something that's medical in front of the politics and the government, it then is therefore politicized, which I would never bring this up. Mm-hmm. How do you feel, how do we stop that from happening? How do we stop individuals from bringing something to the government to do this? Like, where do we draw a line?
It's easy. In the constitutions, all of them, are there any medical mandates or any medical decisions made anywhere and giving you the rights to make that decision for us?
No. Thank you.
There's the answer.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Pugh, for your testimony. And I understand that you are also on the State Board of Midwifery.
Correct.
Have they required of you to have any kind of a stance on any kind of COVID mitigation requirements or anything specific to masking? Has there been anything that's come out of that board specifically?
No, we are not. As a person sitting on the board, we are not mandating that for our profession.
Okay, thank you.
Again, informed choice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
My name is Sonia. I live in East Anchorage. I am 13 years old. I refuse to wear a mask. That is and should continue to be my right. If others think it is best to wear a mask, then they can do that. That is their body and their choice. No one, especially the government, should tell a human what to do with their body. Let's compare some issues. Let's compare some issues. Recently, I've heard so much information about abortion. It's being talked about everywhere from the lunchroom to social media. Some are pro-choice and some are pro-life, but mostly I've heard the argument, my body, my choice. That phrase implies you have control in what you do with your body. It's your choice. Am I understanding that correctly? It's my body and my choice. It's okay if I want to have an If it's my body and my choice, it's okay if I want to have an abortion, but it's not okay for me to choose whether or not I wear a mask. I'm sick of being told I'm ignorant and I am selfish for not wearing a mask. Obesity from poor diet and no exercise plan is selfish. Heart disease from poor diet, smoking, and drinking alcohol is selfish. It's selfish for you to tell me to do something with my body to protect you because you created problems with your body in the first place. Of course, not everyone caused their medical problems, but too many of the high-risk people are in groups that cause their own high risk. Forcing us to wear a mask causes division amongst the best of friends, division amongst family, and division amongst all people. Please vote no to this mask mandate.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
My name is Mark Zuniga, and I'm in District 3, West Side. And I just wanted to reiterate what a gentleman said earlier in the first hour of this meeting about the PCR test. If our case numbers, and that is a big reason why there's proposal for a mask mandate, if those are based on, high case count, what does this mean if this PCR test was stated by the inventor of it, Dr. Kerry Mullis? I believe he was a microbiologist, if I'm not mistaken. What does that say if he said that this wasn't a valid tool for like a pandemic, to say that we're in a pandemic? So, I take issue with that. And I also want to say, were we not born with the necessary equipment to stay healthy? We do have an immune system. Why is everybody afraid of a cold? I would say that it seems like there's a spell, like people are under a spell. They're getting their information from the nightly news or whatever they're watching. All this mainstream media crap. It just stinks. It stinks. We all have intuition and a gut, and we should listen to it. Looks like a lot of BS to me. But from the very beginning, I suspected foul play with this, and I don't have all the answers, but I know what I see, and we see what's coming. We see what's happening in other parts of the world, and it's pretty crazy. It's tyrannical, and as to how I've been affected, I'm okay. I'm a big boy. I can handle it. I go to the store. Maybe I get some bad looks from people. I've had a few comments here and there, but I'm going to be all right. But everybody's different, and it's had a great impact on the city of Anchorage, the people that live here, this whole thing. So I'm I'm against the mask mandate. I believe it's unconstitutional, it's unlawful, and that we shouldn't stand for it. And that's about all I have to say on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thanks.
It's Carson Brennan Young. I'm in District 4, so my representatives are Meg Zelatul and Felix Rivera. I'm wondering if Ms. Zelatul might yield for a couple of questions.
Actually, we don't do question and answer during this period,
Okay.
but you're welcome to state questions and they can,
Is that a norm or a law?
I don't know, but that's our practice here, so.
Well, forgive me, but I've been around enough of these meetings to know that like normal practices and norms are very flexible.
Thank you, sir. Would you like to speak to the ordinance?
I would like to ask her some questions about it, if she'll yield.
You can ask your questions.
Okay. My biggest question, well, there's a few. One is, does she believe that if this is passed with a veto-proof majority, and the mayor either refused to comply with it or insufficiently enforced it, would that be legal grounds for a recall for the mayor? And my second question is, why has she been missing these for this entire time? She's the one that proposed this.
Thank you for your questions. Would you like to say anything else?
I would, if she wants to answer, she can.
We don't do question and answer during this period.
But she can if she wants.
If you have more questions to ask, this is a good time.
You know, I got a question for you, actually. How do we know that these people are even, like, present? Like, you do a roll call at the beginning, but how do we know they don't just leave after that?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Dunbar.
The testifier is not speaking to the ordinance, so I believe his testimony is at an end.
Madam Chair, can we do a point of information?
What is the procedure or motion in which you're seeking information, Ms. Allard?
It would be on, I think it was Thursday, I did a division of assembly, and if you could maybe clarify how you came up with your decision with the division of assembly, your response to that, and then it could maybe
Ms. Allard,
allow the community to understand.
That's out of order. Now, I do have Ms. Zalatel in the queue. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to stick with the rules set by the chair that we do not answer questions, but I do have this gentleman's email, and I'm happy to email him responses to both of his questions. And I can do that, you know, probably first thing in the morning as I'm listening to the testimony tonight. I am here and listening, and I have both of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel.
That is all.
Thank you. Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kurt Egelhofer. I live on West 14th Avenue in West Anchorage, and I am obviously in the minority because I support this ordinance. I think that I've seen a lot of doctors in the last year, and every single one of them have told me that I should be vaccinated. Now, I'm over 65, so I complied with that. But this medical grade N95 mask protects me from other people and protects everybody else in this room if I were to have COVID. And that's why I support this ordinance. Now, I got off a plane about 4 hours ago from Seattle. My wife and I were in Oregon and Washington for the last 2 weeks, and you may know or may not know that there's a mask mandate in both states, and you know what? Everybody seems to wear a mask and get along. There doesn't seem to be any problem with that. We went out to restaurants, we did wine tasting, we went on train trips, and we wore masks, and so did everybody else. And it was not a problem. And I know this isn't what the audience wants to hear, because I'm about the only one who's spoken in favor of a mask. And I came here tonight because I've been following this debate for the last several days, and I'm ashamed to be a member of Anchorage because of the acrimony of this crowd. And I stood here for 2 hours listening to this, and very respectfully, and everybody has their opinion, so do I. And I think that this is a good thing. The hospitals are full right now, and I talk to people in Oregon and Washington, And they asked me, well, you have a problem in Alaska. And I said, we sure do. There's a surge. You can see the rise in numbers. And they said, are you going back? And I said, yes, I am, but maybe I won't because of this issue. So I think that the mask mandate is a good thing. I agree with the mayor about being vaccinated. He said that you should see a doctor and ask them if it's good for you. So go see a doctor. Don't go on social media and listen to what other people have to say. I've talked to about 6 doctors since the beginning of the year, and every single one of them told me to get vaccinated. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody should get vaccinated. There are all kinds of people in this room, young and old, but I think it's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you, and then Mayor Bronson has a question. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here tonight. I appreciate it. Did you hear the testimony on that's an N95 in your hand?
No, I have not.
Oh, okay. So you didn't hear the testimony on the N95? Is the mask I apologize, is the mask in your hand an N95?
Yes, it's a medical grade N95.
Did you hear any of the doctors testify about the N95 and its use?
No, I have not.
Okay. They testified that it doesn't work now because you took it off and you touched it. And then I have another question. You said you were in Oregon this last.
Yes, I was.
When were you just there like recently?
I was in Washington just recently. Yeah, this morning.
Okay. And you said Oregon as well?
Yes,
okay.
Earlier.
Okay. I was in Oregon too. I flew into Oregon, into Medford, Oregon, and I saw some family before I headed to California. I have to be honest, that's a very conservative area. I didn't see one person wearing a mask.
Ms. Allard, do you have a question?
Yeah. What area of Oregon were you in that you saw them? Portland?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
I'll answer.
I don't think this has anything to do
If he doesn't mind answering,
with his
can we let him go
testimony.
ahead?
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
I'll answer that.
Please.
I flew into Portland.
Yeah.
I visited my daughter who lives in Malala, which is a very rural area.
Yes.
And my daughter and her husband have not been vaccinated. And that is a point of contention between myself and them. But they do wear masks.
Well, I hope you don't leave Alaska. We still want you here.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mayor Bronson has a question for you. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Engelhofer, I appreciate your comments. The only medical advice I ever give people is talk to your doctor and get medical advice from him. But I'm looking at the CDC website on facial hair. It's called Facial Hairstyles and Filtering Face Piece Respirators. The N95 is actually a respirator. And as I look at you, I see you have a full beard. And a full beard on this graphic here, there's, I don't know, roughly 50 hairstyles. You'll have to shave under this ordinance. For the mask to fit properly, in fact, there's been several gentlemen here tonight
Mayor Bronson, do you have a question?
that can't comply. Under this ordinance, are you willing to be compelled to shave your beard?
If it would protect public health, yes. And I haven't shaved my beard since I've been in Alaska, 43 years.
Good for you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you for your testimony. Well, state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
My name is Melissa Fielding Wagner.
Madam Chair, I think I was in the queue.
Apologies. One moment. Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So two things. One, I think much like in previous meetings, I think we've veered a little bit off from asking just clarifying questions to asking debate-style questions. So I would ask you, Madam Chair, to strictly enforce those rules. And then two, I would like to make a motion to extend the meeting to midnight.
Is there a second?
If there isn't a second, Madam Chair, I'll try a different motion, which is to extend the meeting to 11.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to extending until 11 p.m.? Seeing no opposition, we are extended until 11 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Melissa Fielding Wagner.
And
Excuse me.
would you pull the microphone closer, please? Thank you.
My name is Melissa Fielding Wagner. I live in District 3, which is the Sand Lake area. I am here in opposition of AO 2021-91, the mask mandate. I am a 14-year widow, and I am a parent of 2 children, the ages of 16 and 18 now. They lost their father, my husband, to suicide. My kids were 2 and 4 years old. I am their sole provider. I am a small business owner. This has affected me physically and financially, the mask mandates. I want to share with all of you my physical condition, since you feel like you have the abilities or to decide for me what is right for me and my family. I've never had the flu shot. I've not had the flu. I've not been sick in 20 years except for allergies. So I have allergies and I have asthma. I have latex allergies. I suffer from anxiety. I have, and also claustrophobic. I'm claustrophobic, sorry. The cotton masks that they say they're non-latex, the straps, the bands are latex. I had to quit my job with the Anchorage School District to bring in extra income since one of my rentals in Hawaii was shut down all last year. I am in the negative to this day still. I don't have any other source of income coming in to support my children. The cotton masks that we wear are breathable because of my allergies. My undergarments are cotton because they're breathable. I don't think with the hundreds of people and acquaintances that I've come across that have gotten COVID or even taken the shot, this has prevented them from spreading it or contracting COVID. I would like to be able to run my business at my own will, and these mandates that you're imposing on us are preventing me from doing that and supporting my family. I have family that goes back as far as the Gold Rush days. Girls Waffle House was owned by my great-great-aunt. I have family up here that's helped to create this city back in the Gold Rush days. I was born and raised here. I'm proud to live in Anchorage, Alaska, Alaska itself. Alaska is the last frontier, and the opportunity for everyone to, for a better opportunity. That's why people come here. And I'm being hindered to run my business and to support my family.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. It seems you had a rough go a little bit of the time there. This mandate might very well pass. Are you willing to compel or force individuals that come into your business out of your business unless, and if you don't, you could be held liable for that?
I don't have a storefront, if you will. I don't wear a mask in my business, and the people that I work with, I don't require them to wear a mask. It's their choice.
You would have to require them to wear one, and you too.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that will affect me.
Okay.
Yeah, financially, definitely.
Definitely. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thanks.
My name is Jessie Maurer, District 6. I'm not opposed to science. I'm opposed to using the word science to describe information or studies that are funded and or controlled by organizations who have a direct conflict of interest to public health. These organizations consist of the CDC, the FDA, AMA, pharmaceutical companies, the media, politicians, lobbyists, and major political campaign donors. These are the same people who told us that cigarettes, aspartame, asbestos, Roundup, and cocaine in our sodas was safe. They are not trustworthy. They are driven by money and the need to control. If the science was never questioned, you'd still be giving kids cough syrup with heroin, spraying people with DDT, and smoking the cigarette brand your doctor recommended. There have been testimonies made over the past week in favor of mask mandates, but nearly every single one that spoke to science referred to the information and studies coming directly from these untrustworthy organizations. Trust the science is now sadly a euphemism for trust the system. In the USA, the government is the people. There is no ruler. Our representatives wield only the power that we legitimately delegate to them by our consent. If they do not have our consent, then they have no legitimate authority, and we, the people, have no legitimate obligation to abide. I think we can all see that totalitarianism is picking up speed in our country, even in this great conservative state of Alaska, and we are here, the mama bears, the fathers, our guardians in the military, our beloved frontline workers, even our grandparents. We are serving as a wall between you and our most precious members of society, our children. We are here saying no, collectively, unequivocally, without giving an inch no. No more pretending this is okay. No more fantasizing it's going to get better by our good manners. No more turning a blind eye to blatant propaganda put forth by an industry so powerful that they control nations. No more absolving our guilt with the kids are resilient. As we have heard over and over, suicide, depression, substance abuse have all climbed to unprecedented numbers, which have been triggered and caused by the mandates and shutdowns, which have swept the world. It's a darkness society has never seen before in our youth. And without a doubt, the worst atrocity to climb statistically is child trafficking. You have emboldened traffickers by allowing them to transfer children with half of their faces covered.
Madam Chair, point of order. This is about sex trafficking.
Please look up the numbers. They are truly terrifying, and I believe a much larger crisis than COVID.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Thank you for your testimony, ma'am. No, the time was up. I stopped the timer at 15 seconds.
In order for
and
deception
I didn't
to
start
occur-
it. Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you.
So when you were saying about sex traffickers, you were saying that the mask mandate, can you kind of tell me why you feel that the mask mandate has any relevance to sex trafficking?
I did not turn it off.
I've looked up statistics on SaveTheChildren.org and many other websites. I can email them to you. But it's pretty common knowledge now that covering half of a child's face, you can't see who they are, especially if the little kid is scared. You can't see half the time if they're crying, if someone's trafficking them. I mean, they do it over planes. They do it everywhere. And I think it's much, much more of a crisis than COVID.
Madam Chair, can I do a follow-up, please?
A brief follow-up, please.
Oh,
Thanks.
sure. So do you know that Alaska has, this is a question to you, did you know that Alaska has one of the highest sex trafficking in the nation?
I did, because I looked it up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
My name is Haley Bell, and I live in Eagle River. I was raised in San Diego, California, and have lived in Alaska for almost 6 years. I moved here after falling in love with the community and the freedom of this state. I am not standing here armed with facts. I am here speaking as a young adult that is disappointed in our society and government. I worked at a financial institution during the pandemic with the original mask mandate, which I complied to every day for 8+ hours a day. While being stuck behind a sneeze guard, the security risk at my job was heightened. I was sanitizing everything between every member, unable to smile at people or see a smile in return. Do you know how hard it can be to remain confidential, quiet, or even helpful while speaking and listening through layers of plastic and fabric, especially with someone who is hard of hearing or has difficulties? I cannot count the number of people that would refuse to let me touch their ID, would roll their eyes at me and scoff when I asked to ID them by seeing their full face for less than 30 seconds. would not touch the pens I sanitized, yet would happily take the disgusting germ-covered money I handed them without question. Please explain this logic to me. We all touch and are exposed to many germs every day and have been our whole lives, but somehow this mask is supposed to make all the difference. My last week of employment happened to be the week the mask mandate was lifted, and it was the best week of my entire employment. My anxiety dissipated, members became much nicer, I didn't go home feeling foggy, lethargic with a headache every day, and I was able to see people smile. At my current job, I've had coworkers openly bash on multiple occasions non-masked and non-vaccinated people, one of them stating directly to me that she views them as less of a person, and promoted mask wearing, yet went out with this group of us in a less than 6 foot separation without a mask. Might I add, this person has doctor next to their name. It is disturbing to see the amount of hateful, death-wishing, and evil comments targeted at people who are simply standing up for and exercising for their right to choose. What has this community and society come to? How would you feel if your child speaking to someone or was spoken to that way? Treating people as if they don't matter and separating them because you don't share the same opinion is disgusting. I cannot imagine how bad these behaviors will become if we continue this division. I trust my body to do what it was made to do in protecting me, and I am not afraid. This does not stop at the mask mandate. Next, it will be a vaccine mandate, and then before we all know it, we'll lose our ability to choose, and you'll wonder how it happened. Something a friend shared with me, and I'd like to share with you all, is from Martin Niemöller of Germany in 1946. First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Hi,
Thank you.
My name is Janice Park. I live in District 4. Felix and Meg are my representatives. You need to leave your home, so you loop your face mask around your ears. Cover your mouth and nose and step outside. It's not exactly comfortable behind that layer of protection, but it's warm. Your breathing starts to quicken. Your pulse starts to rise. You take frequent, shallow gulps of air, and suddenly you're worried that you're not getting enough oxygen. Are you inhaling too much carbon dioxide? Will you pass out? In a word, no. This was written by Jonathan Parsons at Wexner Medical Center at University of Ohio. And he goes on to talk about the psychological effects that cause people to feel claustrophobic when they're wearing a mask. He suggests a number of things that could help people with that. One of those things that I know about actually is that my son, when he was working where he had to wear a mask, had a little sort of a frame that went under the mask that lifted it away from the mouth and nose and made it more comfortable for the wearer.
Madam Chair, I have a point of order.
That is one thing that can be done. I'm sorry?
Hold on, please. What is your, what rule do you believe is being broken, Ms. Allard?
I don't generally care, but ma'am, I believe she testified over the phone last week. I might be mistaken. Is your name Janice?
I did. I believe a number
She's
of your
correct.
district testified more than once as well.
I don't know who that. That's why I'm like, I didn't know if somebody in my district testified.
Yes, she was
before.
number 17.
I don't know what number 17 means.
Actually, ma'am, it's true. You have already testified on this item.
Okay.
So thank you for being here, but I have to stop your testimony now because it's the second time.
Okay,
thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
My name is
Madam
Paul
Chair.
Roy. Don't interrupt me.
Hold on, sir. Mr. Rivera had put himself in the queue. Mr. Rivera, did you have a...
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if you could just please clarify for the public that it is a standard rule that folks can only testify once, just so that other members of the public who might be in line who have already testified can be aware of that rule, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify that folks can only testify once in a public hearing on a given item. So if you've already testified, whether by phone or in person on this item, you won't be able to testify again. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Seth Pomeroy. I live in Lake Otis and Dowling area. So I think, what is that, District 4? I don't even know. Anyways, I'm opposed to this mandate, or it's actually an ordinance. And for a simple fact, because it just divides this community. I've been a resident of Anchorage for 13 years, actually more than 13 years. I've been coming up here since I was a little kid. I'm part of this community. There, you know, an overbearing authority combined with an apathetic citizenry is a recipe for tyranny. And I would like to thank everybody out here for not being so apathetic. This is amazing. I want to thank God for giving me the courage to stand up here before you people. I also don't think these masks really do much. From what I could gather from some of my friends that work in the healthcare industry, one of them, he doesn't even want to be here because he's afraid to get fired. But what was put it out to me is that unless it's an N95 and you have a perfect seal around it and you've been changing it, it's like wearing, it's like trying to stop a sandstorm with a chain link fence, you know. So every time I pass a chain link fence, I kind of chuckle a little bit because, you know, that's kind of funny to me. But I also don't agree with these measures simply because this is an overreach of government. This no longer has anything to do with political lines. This has to do with the philosophies that our government, our country was founded on. This is, you know, our liberties are at stake. I mean, think about it. I mean, it's just one little measure, one little freedom that you have to give up, just briefly. Don't worry, we'll give it back to you. No, you know, and then, you know, 15 days to slow the spread. Where are we at? Where are we at now? Almost 2 years. I mean, what do you think we are? You think we're stupid? You don't think we've watched all these countries fall like this? I mean, this is a communistic playbook. I'm not joking either. You know, this is something that it's very visceral. It's not something that I'm willing to put up with. You know, I didn't have family die in wars, and the Pomeroy name is actually a very, very long-lasting. We've fought for this nation since its beginning. And I'm not one of those people that wants to, you know, is going to listen to you guys, especially when you're doing something that I find abhorrent, and especially because you guys don't even, acknowledge our rights and our freedoms anymore. But honestly, this is actually our fault. We let this happen. Have a good day.
Thank you for your testimony.
No questions?
Thank you. Welcome. Please
Madam
state
Chair. I'm going to go ahead and do this
Ms.
one
Ellard?
oh, I apologize. Thank you. I'm going to ask a point of information.
Okay, about a procedure or motion?
Yeah, I'm going to do it about a procedure because we keep getting interrupted by the vice chair, and I just want to make sure if I know what it is, but I want to know if you guys know what it is for the presiding officer on 2.30.020 of the role of the chair.
Is that a question to me?
Yes.
Would you go ahead and explain what you think it is, Ms. Allard,
Yeah.
and we'll start from there.
I can. So according to code, the chair of the assembly shall be the presiding officer of the assembly. The vice chair of the assembly shall be the presiding officer of the assembly in case unavailability of the chair. So I guess my question would be, what is the role of the vice chair and why does he act as if he is the chair?
Thank you, Ms. Allard. The vice chair is also the sergeant at arms of the body, and he assists in helping me to attempt to maintain decorum in a respectful environment by helping out in that capacity. And that is my understanding of that role.
Can we get legal opinion, please, and or point that out in code?
Mr. Gates, would you please weigh in?
Yes, I'm sorry. So the vice chair's role in this meeting, the vice chair is a member as the rest of you, but he's here also. In case of unavailability of the chair, for some reason, he'll be the presiding officer of the meeting. Otherwise, all I'm actually seeing or hearing the vice chair do is make points of order, sort of the same right that every other member has to make. And I think other members have made similarly points of order and things like that. So perhaps he's speaking more than some other members, but I'm not actually seeing any role different. But that's just my opinion and perspective. I guess what I mentioned about the vice chair's role that's in code is he's there for the unavailability of the chair. He will serve as presiding officer.
Thank you, Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I would like to move on to public testimony. Welcome. Thank you. Please state your name for the record and the area in which you live.
Thank you. My name is Lauren Rancourt. I live in Midtown. I used to work at the Sullivan Arena as a lead safety monitor.
Point of order.
What? Oh. I have experience with these mass...
Ms. Allard, I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, go ahead.
I'll restart your time.
I apologize, sir.
And what is your point of order?
Well, maybe it's a point of information. I apologize. Can you please define Sergeant of Arms or Sergeant at?
Ms. Allard, this is dilatory. We are in the middle of a public hearing.
It's okay.
Surely we can do this another time.
No, I don't think so. I'm following Robert's rules.
You have a right to object to my ruling.
I challenge the ruling of the chair.
Just wait.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton?
I'm not sure what the ruling that's being challenged is. Did you make a ruling?
Point of information is not
excuse me,
debatable.
Ms. Allard. My ruling was that we continue with the public hearing and try to hear from as many folks as we can tonight and address some of our procedural questions after we provide the opportunity to the public to speak. That is my ruling, to which Ms. Allard has objected.
I did a point of information to ask, so then I need to go to legal to ask them to define what Sergeant at Arms and is the vice chair to
Ms.
Sergeant
Allard,
of Arms.
this is dilatory.
Are you accusing me of something?
I'm accusing you of wasting time.
Okay.
So do you have anything else on the motion?
Yeah, I just told you I want to ask legal their opinion.
Madam Chair, I called the question.
There is a question.
There's a question. You know what, I'm not going to debate with you. I called the question. We're going to vote on whether or not to overrule the
Well,
chair.
you may not debate with her, but you have to debate with me, Mr.
Mayor,
Dunbar.
please hold.
Madam Chair, point of information.
The question has been called and seconded, which means that we vote whether or not to vote on the motion to overrule the chair. Calling the question essentially stops the debate. So now we will vote.
Madam Chair, point of information. I refer to Robert's rules here. A vote is not needed, and this is not debatable. You're inventing things.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Madam Chair.
We are in the middle of a vote.
An illegal vote.
It is not an illegal vote.
Then why are
Point
we
of
debating
information has not been addressed. That is not debatable, and no vote is needed on that. You can't vote away a request for information.
It was
Madam
in the middle
Chair, a
of.
point of order. Again, Nuria Clark has been disruptive of the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. To the mayor, the motion to call the question was on the floor and seconded.
But I called a point of information, and it wasn't debatable, and you weren't allowed to do that.
I answered your information.
No, you didn't.
Okay. Okay. We're going to start by finishing this vote that's in front of us. The question has been called, and then we go back to where well, depending on how.
You sure you don't want legal advice on that?
Madam Chair, question.
No, that's the whole point of calling the question is the debate has ended.
Ms. Kennedy, please hold on that. I have been advised that when the question has been called, there's no further discussion until the vote has been conducted. Thank you.
Madam Chair, point of information. The Muni attorney tells me there's no such thing as a sergeant at arms in this body.
Okay. You know, that it's out of order.
Mr. Mayor, we are not debating that issue. The question, we are not debating that
was
issue
the
now.
point of information.
Because
Madam Chair, point of order.
motion to call the question is on the floor. We are in the middle of a vote. So please,
Point
no
of
more
order.
points of information or order till we complete the vote, and then we are back.
Madam Chair, I don't know which question we are voting on.
The question was called and seconded to end the debate on the motion to overrule the ruling of the chair. My ruling was that I believe we ought to continue the public hearing, and Ms. Allard would like to address some procedural issues before continuing to hear from the public.
So this is a call of a question for whether or not to override the ruling of the chair.
That is correct.
Thank you.
But when I did a point of information, you didn't allow it to finish. You were debating it. You can't do that.
So
All right.
what does a yes and a no vote do?
A yes vote calls the question and brings the motion to overrule the ruling of the chair before the body.
Mr. Peterson, on calling the question. Mr. Rivera. Mr. Rivera. Ms. Salatel. God, are they? Mr. Perez Verdilla. I think that we have a problem. Okay. Yeah. I understand from Mr. Turner, did we lose the bridge? All right. Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel.
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I call for division of the assembly.
Point of order,
Ms. Alley.
that's a dilatory tactic in a place where you can see how people are voting and hear their voices. It's listed in Robert's rules as a dilatory motion.
Mr.
I agree.
Perez-Verdia didn't answer.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
I challenge the ruling of the chair.
The motion passes 9-1 to call the question. There is already a motion on the floor, which I believe we need to address before we can entertain another motion. So now the vote to overrule the ruling of the chair is before us. Members may proceed to vote. Yes overrules the ruling of the chair, and no does not.
Mr. Peterson on the vote to overrule the chair.
No.
Mr. Rivera.
No.
Ms. Zolotel.
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yes, I'm here.
And how do you vote on the challenge to the ruling of the chair? A no vote?
I vote no.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
No.
That motion fails 2-9. There was a point of information raised concerning the Sergeant of Arms and the Vice Chair serving in that capacity. That is de facto, and the Vice Chair is practicing in that role. I would like to move on. Go ahead. Do you have a point of?
I just want to speak briefly to the fact that both the mayor and the member from Eagle River have spent the last 10 minutes talking about me
Mr.
and my
Constant?
role as a member of the body. And I feel that that is an attempt to impugn my reputation as a member. And I believe that that's reflected by the response of the body in this room.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Constant. I would like to move on to public testimony.
Madam Chair, point of information.
What is your question, Mr. Mayor?
The information I request is Mr. Constant operating as the Vice Chair and the Sergeant of Arms, keeping in mind that there is no reference to Sergeant at Arms in the Charter or the Code.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is simply a member of the body acting in that capacity who is the Vice Chair. It does not necessarily need to be specified in Charter or Code.
So you just invented it. Okay.
No, we have Robert's. Okay, let's move on. It's the public's time to speak. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Work. Okay. My name's Lauren Rancourt. I'm from Midtown area. I'd just like to raise a voice for the homeless. I'm against this mask mandate. I worked as a safety lead at the Sullivan Arena Mass Homeless Shelter, one of the largest in the nation. And we've dealt with a lot of crime over there, sex trafficking, sexual assaults, real assaults, domestic violence, all kinds of different things that have plagued this community. And I have firsthand experience with people concealing their identity using these masks, and it created significant security issues at the Sullivan Arena. People would come in under different names. You could only see half their face. I've scanned a lot of these guys in. There's 400 people there, and the masks that they come in with are just disgusting sometimes. We'd go through cases, probably pallets of masks, and a lot of times we'd still run out. So are these masks really available to the homeless populations? How are they going to clean their masks regularly? What kind of repercussions are there going to be for health issues that come from wearing dirty, disposable masks that don't do what they're intended? We're handing out cloth masks when we could get them. Most of the time it's just the cheapest ones we could find or the donation stuff. I would really like you to consider those issues. I mean, I wouldn't go into a bank 5 years ago wearing a mask. What repercussions are businesses who have legitimate security interest in having customers come in with, full face open so they can see who they are and what kind of malintent they pose? What kind of repercussions do they face under this ordinance? Is it going to be a fine? Is that a fraudulent fine? What kind of compelling interest does this assembly have in imposing masks on healthy individuals? I'm talking discrimination here against a large class of mothers, fathers, grandmothers, children. My daughter went to her first day of school wearing a mask. She could not freely express herself to the children around her. I couldn't freely express myself on the job. I had to de-escalate a lot of situations. I was putting in 15 miles on average a day at the Sullivan Arena trying to keep those people safe. According to the CDC, a shelter that size has never worked in this nation before, and that's due to safety issues. I was forced to approach them dressed like a Stasi goon squad and try to de-escalate these guys. I've personally been threatened, having to kick out people for not complying with the mask mandate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thanks.
Gina Yesnick, Rabbit Creek. Why has Assembly been bent on locking things down and taking our constitutional liberties away? Why have they not promoted exercise supplements to help bodies stay healthy? Could it be that there's no money in it? Well, now you've woken up the masses. I vote no on this mandate. I have now talked to hundreds of people from the Rabbit Creek area, moms at West High School where my son attends, and my home-based business clients. No one wants this that I have talked to about it at all. We want to live free with our constitutional rights respected. If we wanted to wear a mask, we will wear a mask. If we don't, we don't. We don't have a problem with anybody else wearing a mask if they choose to wear it. It is their constitutional right. If the masks actually did work, COVID would already be gone based on your first mandates that you did. Why are the frontline workers in hospitals, et cetera, now being fired for not taking a vaccine when they went through the entire pandemic till now with built immunity? Could this be contributing to the shortages in the hospitals? Of course, it would be logical, right? Masks are the first step in the vaccine mandates for all, then the passports, then complete lockdown like Australia. If anyone does not see this, I have some land to sell you in the Everglades. It is the first steps towards the Great Reset. We do not consent, and we will not consent. Elections are coming up for many of your seats, I hear. Be warned, you will not be sitting in those seats this time next year. You have awakened the masses, and we are here to fight, and we will not go quietly. As long as the humans have been on this planet, there has been viruses. They mutate. COVID keeps mutating. It is not going away. You are honestly going to believe and tell us that for the first time in human history, we're going to kill this virus by wearing a mask. CDC. Question, if I get vaccinated, can I stop wearing a mask? CDC, no. Question, if I get vaccinated, will I be resistant to COVID? CDC answer, maybe, but probably not. Question, if I get vaccinated, I won't be contagious to others. CDC answer, no, the vaccine does not stop transmission. Question, if I get vaccinated, how long will the vaccine last? No one knows. It is still in experimental phases. Question, what are the long-term side effects? CDC answer, who knows? We're still in the human trials. We'll know that in about 5 to 10 years. Question, what is the advantages of getting vaccinated? CDC answer, hoping the virus does not kill you. Question, will the vaccine injure or kill me? CDC answer, no guarantees. Question, if the vaccine is 99.97% survival rate, if you're under 70, why should you get vaccinated? To protect others. So if I get vaccinated, I can protect everybody around me, right? CDC answer, no. Wake up. You're not going to be here next year.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
I'm Rose English, and I live in District 6. First of all, I'm living proof that the masks do not work. I wore one to the Alaska State Fair, and I contacted COVID while there, so I'm a little short of breath. I survived, as do 99.5% of the population. Can we really call a virus that kills less than 0.5% a pandemic? It's actually a scamdemic. Pre-planned for a totalitarian regime like you to control us and push a non-vaccine on the masses. I know more people that have been permanently injured or died from the so-called vaccine than COVID, but the truth is censored from the media. Many folks die of heart disease and cancer, so why not ban fast food and cigarettes? Oh, because eating garbage and smoking are a choice, but breathing fresh air is not. Taking the jab is also not a choice if you work for a major corporation. Previous mandates and lockdowns destroyed Anchorage businesses, and the Federal CARES Act funding, which should have saved those businesses, was used by this assembly to build a bike trail in the Chugach Mountains and buy a no-tell motel. Your actions destroyed those businesses. Many Alaskans are rebels and free thinkers. A bunch of compliant clones from the left coast have moved in, but we are not going anywhere. The majority of the people don't like being told what to do by a heavy-handed government, and you are trying people to their limit. I don't think reinstating a mask mandate will go well. I want to end by saying that I have a Jewish grandmother who survived the Holocaust. I personally can see the correlation between the Nazi oppression of the Jews and what you and the majority of this assembly are doing to the citizens of Anchorage. I am not offended by the gold stars as much as I am by this assembly's Marxist actions and voting record. I will not comply.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
My name is Jason Robinson. I live in District 3. I want to first off say thank you for you guys for being here. Even if you don't agree with some of the things being said, I appreciate you and that you are here and listening. Thank you very much. To the people on the phone, thank you for following through and being present. I want to start off by saying that this is a divisive situation. I think that the number of people who have shown up, I'm sweating right now because this is not typical for me. I don't want to be here. I feel that there are many people who are in the same position. I would not be here if I did not think this was serious. I would rather be at home with my kids and tucking them in right now. But instead I'm here because I think what this is doing to our community is dangerous. I feel like you guys are trying to do the best you can, and I appreciate that. But I think this ordinance is backing people into a corner, and no one responds well when they're forced into things that they do not agree with philosophically. I think some of the complaint and the pushback you guys are getting is because we live in a free society, and that word freedom has very, very deep meaning for people. It means that it is my body, it is my choice, it is my decision. I work with the chronically mentally ill and homeless population here in Anchorage, and I am going to be losing my job soon because I refuse to take the vaccine. My wife and I had COVID in the beginning of August. I have immunity. I've been told it should last at least 13 months. The study's still out on that, but I think I'll be okay. That means that's the first time I got COVID, and I believe I got COVID from someone who was vaccinated. The contact tracing, when they called me and asked me who I'd gotten in contact with, they wouldn't kind of tell me that piece of information of who I might have gotten it through when they did their due diligence to call other people. And so if vaccinated people, responsible people who are getting vaccinated are transmitting it, I feel like maybe the vaccines kind of set us up for failure because there's a false sense of security. I feel like the masks are doing the exact same thing, because if you put a mask on and now all of a sudden you stop being responsible with social distancing or being mindful of who you're around, if you're not able to have a straightforward conversation with someone about their health, wearing a mask isn't going to inhibit your ability to get the virus from them. Sorry, like I said, I'm a little flustered, I apologize. I would just ask that as you guys move forward with your decision making, I think you should pause this and go back to the drawing board on what we can do, what you guys can do to bring this community together, possibly have some opportunities for businesses if they want to have a mask ordinance that they're using for them, then let them do that. And the businesses that don't want to, don't have to. That way we can spend our money at the places we think deserve that opportunity.
Thank you for your testimony. I have two members in the queue for you. First, Ms. Allard, and then Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. You said that you might lose your job, or are you going to lose your job if you're not vaccinated?
I am losing my job on October 15th.
Do they currently ask you to mask at work?
Yes.
What line of work are you in?
Behavioral health.
Is it at a hospital?
It's at a community. It's at a corporation.
South Central. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. Again, I'm on the phone, so it's difficult to hear. Can you just repeat your name so I know your name, please?
Jason Robinson.
Jason. Thank you, Jason, for your very thoughtful testimony, and thank you for the work that you do, and I'm sorry that you're being put in the position you're in. Thank you for coming out tonight.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Jamie Robinson. I just moved from Peyton Forest District, who I did vote for. I'm a little disappointed in what's going on. I am now in Cameron in Austin's district, and I'm not happy with what's going on. I'll just go ahead and say this, and I'm against the mask ordinance because it's going to be law, not a mandate. I know COVID is real. I just got over it. It sucked. I've lost people to it. I know people who are in hospitals now. I worry about some of my family members. It is not stopping us from living. But I know much more people who've had it and who have recovered. The last mask mandate, I was in Costco. I think I might have been one or two people in there that were not wearing a mask. A lady walked up to me and put a big L on her forehead right in front of my face because I was not wearing a mask. I'm hearing several stories of this from friends with kids. I have 7 other family members that live here that do not want this ordinance, and they will be voting. I have 5 children. 1 goes to public school. We've allowed it to be his choice. He is choosing peers because he's been basically isolated. My other 3 school-aged children are not in public school, and the mask mandates is one of them. I want you guys to know that I am raising 5 freedom fighters. They will know what what our rights are. I also have a daughter that has special needs, so I see what is going on in the community. I see how the masks are hindering the special needs community. I'm curious if any of you have talked to any OT, PTs, or speech therapists. I have a friend who's a speech therapist, and she is saying that this is detrimental to babies and toddlers. Do you realize how important it is for babies and toddlers to watch our mouths as they are learning to talk? Just in the community, at the stores, think of all the people who are not even going to be able to go up to them and talk to them. They are losing community. I have a friend who's deaf. She struggles because people will not pull down their masks. She's telling them, I need to read your lips, and they refuse to pull it down because they're afraid. You are recognizing October as Disability Employment Awareness Month. How will this mandate help the disabled community who needs to see lips if speech is muffled? I understand this is a scary time, but this ordinance creates more fear, and this will divide us more. Let people live and make their own choices. I will not comply with this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. I apologize. And you are correct, and I will, in the future, call it an assembly ordinance, which will be law. It's not a mandate. You are correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live. Thanks.
My name is Lacey Hassler, and I live in District 5. I understand the stated intent of this ordinance is to contribute to the health of people in Anchorage, but in practice, these one-size-fits-all mandates have secondary and tertiary effects that are not apparent on the front end. Last year, when the previous mask mandates rolled out, I assumed my husband would be most affected. He is a medically retired military veteran who had experienced service-related health issues for the last decade, and in recent years had significant immune compromise. I did not want him wearing a mask, breathing his own bacteria, and increasing his risk for yet another infection. Nor did I want anyone to wear a mask for him, knowing how ineffective they were. However, it was my child who experienced the most impact from both the mask mandates and the previous acting mayor's emergency orders last year. My 3-year-old healthcare provider became increasingly stressed last year as the emergency orders wore on. The provider verbalized challenges from both mask mandate and capacity restrictions, which impacted scheduling appointments and office and personal finances. The provider shared this throughout the emergency orders. During one appointment, the provider lost her composure on my child when overcome by stress. As my scared child curled up into a ball, the provider ranted on, refused to finish my daughter's treatment, and required her to sit in timeout after the appointment. This was with me in the room. I do not know what would have happened had I not been in the room. I looked for a new provider, but due to emergency order capacity limits, I could not find a single office in this town that would both treat my child and allow me in the building to a medical appointment. I was told at every place I called, someone would come to my car, pick up my child, bring her in the building, and drop her off. And I will say that at these appointments, there were some sensitive things that needed to happen with her body. I faced a choice to stop her treatment, put her in a vulnerable position, or take her out of town for treatment. I decided any progress gained in treatment was not worth further traumatizing my child. I have gladly traveled out of town multiple times each week this last year to ensure my child could have care from providers who weren't stressed and where she was allowed to have an advocate for her safety. The answer is not, nor has it ever been, mask mandates. Be brave. Please set a tone of hope, not fear, for this city. Please trust the people of Anchorage to make health decisions that are right for their family. Please stop saying these mandates protect children. Please oppose this ordinance.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying tonight. You said that you travel out of town. Are Do you travel out of town still in state, or do you go out of state?
I'm in state.
And can you tell me where, like what city you've gone to go out of town?
I don't want to share that because I want to have a place to take her.
I understand. So my final question to you would be, have you lost faith in the medical providers here locally?
I have lost faith in the CDC about 10 years ago, learning their stance. Like, if you actually read what the science they base anything on, I have lost faith in doctors through my husband's health, seeing the top doctors and having him take steps backward. I purposely gave no information about this provider that could single them out. I don't blame them. The stress that people have been under for the last year and a half is a lot for anyone to carry. These are regular people. Certainly, the fact that this ordinance uses masks and a failed vaccine as our way forward in Anchorage, I have certainly lost trust in the medical community. I've lost trust in this assembly to protect my family. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Welcome. Please come forward, sir, and state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
I didn't hear you.
Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
Sure. Thad Phillips, District 6. I just first like to start out and say that I oppose the ordinance for a number of reasons, and a couple of which is I have some issues with the language and some of the content in here. One of the first things that jumps out at me when I read this is this looks like it's a political bow shot for our current mayor, Mr. Bronson. And it looks like this is intended to be an instrument which will continue to divide the community and create friction. And I say that because there's two specific references right off the get-go in here that references Mr. Bronson in not a good light. And so that was put in writing in a public document. And I think that's not responsible. It's irresponsible, unprofessional. The other thing is there's a number of paragraphs in here that have information that I challenge the accuracy of the information that's in there. It looks like the studies or what information has been loaded in and all the whereas has been cherry-picked with an agenda in mind. Also in section 2, it talks about some metrics in there. In the way that section 2 is written, it would be very difficult to clearly define what the metric is actually telling me. I'm not able to get that out of there. There's another section in here, section 5, that deals with mainly enforcement, and you're talking about enforcement from employees and business owners, and they're neither trained nor have the capacity for that. The other point is that with all this, when I come off going, this is a political agenda, is if we look at the case rate from last year, last November, for the communities to the north of us, Mat-Su Valley, and to the south of us, the Kenai Peninsula, the case rate for Anchorage was 70% higher per 100,000 than the average between Kenai and Mat-Su, and that's after 5 months of mask mandates, lockdowns, and so forth. There was a study released today and published in the San Francisco Gate that, quote, says Orange County, non-mask mandate county, has a very similar outcome to neighboring Los Angeles, the first county to bring back indoor masking in response to Delta. Not only were hospitalization figures identical, but Orange County actually has a lower case rate. So there's another point that talks about that there is no conclusive evidence that the mask mandate will work. Secondly, or thirdly,
thank you for your testimony. Ms. Kennedy has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Can you, I'm right here, sorry. I know it's always hard to see who's talking. Can you send just the link to that study that you were referencing with Orange County and LA? Would you mind just sending that email?
You want me to send it to the entire assembly or specific?
Well, you can certainly send it to me, and then I can give it to the clerk, and the clerk could send it out. So either way would be fine.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
Thank you.
It's just published today.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. And actually, hold on, sir. Sir, please come back. Oh. Okay, Mr. Rivera is in the queue. Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't have questions for this testifier, but I did, given that we're getting close to 11 o'clock, wanted to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30 with the hopes that we can spend most of that time listening to the public.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to extending to 11:30?
Objection.
Ms. Kennedy, you object to extending? Okay, we'll go ahead and vote.
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I'm in the queue.
Sorry, Mr. Dunbar, go ahead.
I guess this is debatable, so I want to discuss it a little bit.
Okay.
I'm eager to hear from the public, but I'm also mindful of staff in particular, and that is my primary concern. And I guess I don't know if it's appropriate to check in with the clerk, but I kind of want to check in with staff and see how people are doing. Well, I assume you want to be.
That's a fair point to
Madam Chair.
Mr. Constant.
Ms. Neria Clark once again shouted across the dais, she has been warned.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. She is leaving. Mr. Dunbar, you're wanting to check on the staff resources?
Yes.
Without putting staff on the spot?
If possible.
The clerk's office is fine, though you do raise a point. There are other staff who are impacted.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess just for purposes of clarification, we had discussed the fact that we need to actually adjourn this meeting tonight in order to make sure that everything that has started a week ago would actually come to a conclusion, and then all of the things that were still on the agenda would get pushed to the meeting of the 12th. Or 27th, depending on how we want to do that. But then we have already set aside specifically to continue this public hearing for Thursday, as well as items 14A and 14B. So I'm just interested in making sure that we do the things that we have to do, but we still protect the public hearing on this particular item. So I would recommend a no vote on the extension tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Are there any other members who wish to speak on this question? I'm just checking the queue. Chris, I'm just going to put myself in the queue. Just really quickly to speak to Ms. Kennedy's point, thank you for bringing that up. We do need to adjourn to close out the agenda and the business, and also so that we can move on with the next agenda for this coming Tuesday. And we can still extend, and once we run out of time, the adjournment will automatically happen. And I wanted to confirm that, yes, we are noticed and scheduled for a special meeting tomorrow at 5 to continue this. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a point of order.
Thursday.
My apologies, Thursday. Thank you.
Actually, I have a point of information, please. I apologize.
We are adjourned.
When the time runs out, it automatically adjourns us.
4 hours of research. Third time visiting.
It wasn't us. It wasn't us. It was
I
the talk.
assure you I'll come back tomorrow. I assure you I'll come back.